Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Hello.
Hello, chat. Hello.
Are we live?
They're saying hi. We must be live.
There we go. There we go. Okay, cool.
Banana.
Calibration banana.
Calibration banana.
Oh, okay.
Man, it plays fast, huh?
Is it too loud or are we good, chat?
Yeah, how's it sound? Turn it up. That's low.
It's low? Okay, that's good. Joe, why are you early? Why indeed? I mean, we do have to do it letterly.
Oh my god.
Incoscodal.
Not coscodal.
Is this Umi Pro? No, it's not. No.
Hello, Mouse and Mouse's boyfriend. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Stream announcements. Oh, let me get chat over there.
Why are you not reading song text? What are you looking for with your eyes sealed shut? We will be doing Tea Party. We're doing the whole shebang, the whole thing.
We're finishing episode 4 today. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We will be doing Tea Party. We're doing the whole shebang, the whole thing. I can hear myself.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's because of that. Yeah. Okay, I see.
Echo Mouse. Bye, August. Will there be other Saturday streams next week onwards? It's just Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3 all the way down.
Yep. That's what we're gonna be doing.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Paquetto. Does Mouse know the stream will most definitely be really, really long? Didn't you know that I'm the puppet master who plans the streams? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm behind the scenes pulling the strings. I know this will be really long. I made it long. Ryukishi equals Mouse? Nobody's ever seen us in the same place.
Troubling. Troubling. Okay, my link is out. Windows are set up. Okay. You can see chat. Okay. I guess we just chill a little bit.
Is the translation still 7th mod? Yes, it is. Doing Witch translation.
Oh, these are the lyrics?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Such a good song.
Mm-hmm.
Without love, it cannot be seen.
Without love, you won't see the truth.
It's in the song the whole time.
It
Hiding
is.
in plain sight.
Yeah.
We got Umi Pro? No. 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 Hates Umi Pro? Hates it.
Hi, Baldur.
How's it going, Baldur? Wow, it just keeps playing. Okay.
It does just keep playing. Maybe if you click that, it'll stop or something.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. How is chat today? How's the chat going? Joe, please stall for 5 minutes. I'm heating up my breakfast. We should stall for a little bit. Yeah.
For letterly.
We're gonna do letterly.
If you want to do letterly, it's fine, but no more. Only letterly.
Only letterly.
Only letterly.
Aww. All right. That's my favorite one.
Hey, Joe, I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but there's a better translation you can read on Umi Project. Wow, that's news to me. Have you heard about that?
I never have.
Yeah,
no.
nobody's
No.
told us that at any point, for sure.
Okay. All right. It's time for letterly. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And it's definitely gonna be V again for the 3rd time in a row.
Okay.
Nope.
No M for mouse?
M for mouse.
Why the switch to Umi Pro now? Because we felt like it. You mean?
J for Joe. T for Tom. Nope. Nope. Okay, let's wipe out the bottom line.
I said Q for questions arc.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. All right, we're wiping out the top line. Yes. Okay. There's no way it's gonna be G again. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Let's wipe out the ends. A. L.
Oh, man.
Oh, today's the day.
I'm feeling D.
D.
Yeah.
S. F. A. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm getting rid of F. All right. K for Kino. I think we should save K to the end. So K is Kino.
Okay.
Let's get rid of H.
Oh.
It is.
Nice.
Yeah.
K for Kino. He loves it. Hasn't even read it. Yeah, he loves it.
We won literally. We won
He
literally.
loves it. He loves it.
K for Kino.
Incredible.
What a blessed literally run.
Yeah. Surely you'll love every moment of the end of episode 4.
Every moment.
Yeah.
Every moment.
Yeah.
Nothing bad is going to happen.
Yep.
Nothing bad is going to happen.
No need to stream it now? That's right. Yeah. We'll just go read it off stream. He'll stream it to me privately. We'll start that bit early.
A crumb of Coscodal, my lord. Plan for today, we're gonna finish episode 4. We're gonna start very soon.
It's in the title.
Yep. I think people got used to the later starts, maybe. Why early today? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. We have a lot to get through today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bandle? No bandle. We have too much to read through today.
Yep.
We have too much.
Yep. No bandle with mouse.
Chandel and Jodel. Oh, we should do Jodel.
Okay.
Oh, we should
Okay.
do Jodel.
Okay.
Yeah. Jodel is R1. Yeah, we should do Jodel. But we're not doing Chandel. Chandel's random, isn't it? Every time you refresh Chandel, you get a new one, don't you?
I believe so, yeah. It's unspoilable. That's what I'm told.
All right, Jodel. Okay.
No YouTube stream today? No, not for Umineko.
This feels like a puzzle game to me. It feels like single-player chess with each turn scrambling the variables into a puzzle. That's Into the Breach. Into the Breach stream. Yep. That's what it is. I'm 100% sure. 100% sure.
100%. Wow.
100%.
Impressive. You didn't read it in your YouTube voice. That's true.
Okay, hold on. You okay? You okay?
I'm fine.
This feels like a puzzle game to me. It feels like single-player chess with each turn scrambling the variables into a puzzle. Watches his own content. I just remember. I simply remember. Okay, now we're done with the lulls.
Okay.
Now we're done.
Okay. All right.
We're done.
All right.
Now
Okay.
we're done. Okay. Should we start?
I think we should start.
We should start.
I have the assignments for you.
Okay.
Understood?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I'm really surprised by that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, spoilers. I didn't know that person was going to be in this scene. Oh, no.
Yep. And there she is.
There she is. Earliest start in Ja history. Oh, you know why? It's the double whammy because it's like starting early and also starting daylight savings time just went back for them, right? That's probably why.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah. Music is very, very low. Okay.
Yeah.
We can turn it up.
Okay. you hold this camera steadier? I'm getting seasick. Sorry.
Oh no, it's so low.
It is very low.
Okay, let me take that all the way to 0 then. And okay, is that any better, chat, or do we still need to be need to be louder? What the fuck is this text box? What do you mean? It's always been that way.
Perfect. Louder.
Still louder? Okay.
All right.
Okay, so obviously we can't keep the act up any longer. This is Umineko. So it is the superior version, where you can see lots of different things and lots of definitions of loser flags.
Yeah, that's what I read.
The term flag here originally described an invisible state value in a game's coding, which is said to be tripped or triggered when the player takes some action that influences future events. The moment of the flag trip itself is usually not visible and can only be detected through later changes in dialogue or events that signal to the player that they have impacted events or changed route. Interesting. Okay.
The chat demands peanuts.
Peanuts? When peanuts that have been removed from their shells are cracked in half, one half has a nub on the end with small leaves protruding from it. In Japan, young children are sometimes told that the half with this nub is the grandpa because the leaves look like a mustache.
Oh.
The other half, obviously, would be the grandma, obviously. So when there is a new tip that shows up, is there a little like UI prompt in the bottom that says, hey,
I have no idea.
No idea?
I have no idea.
Because Steins Gate did that, and we know Umineko is better than Steins Gate, right? It's got to be.
There's green text. Oh yeah, that's right. There's green text. The text is green in the chat, in like the prompt.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is the new character page, and you can just switch between them.
Yep.
This is my first time seeing this, actually. Cool.
Yeah, and now you don't have to like randomize the stakes and stuff.
No, they're all here.
Yep.
All here.
The full body stake experience. Look at that.
Where are the bunnies? Bunnies are in here.
Where are the bunnies? Someone says with Umineko, I usually have to open the log and then return. The music starts quiet when starting. Okay.
Open the log.
Log. Oh, tech.
Did it work?
It did work. Whoa. Okay. My God.
Okay, is it too loud now, or is it okay?
No, it's too loud.
No, it's too loud. Let's turn it down -6 again. Okay, I can turn it down even more.
My Leisure Koru pin.
Should we do a barrels test with the music?
Okay.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels. Scroll wheel up is a shortcut for log. Oh, chat is smarter than I am.
It's good now.
Yep. Joe's quite low. Can you turn yourself up?
I'll do my best. Is mouse okay, though? Mouse is kind of high compared to mouse.
Mouse is louder.
Why is Mouse's mic so much better than yours? I don't know. What do you mean? Hey Joe, can't help but notice you're using the Umineko translation. This is a fine way to experience the story, but it's recommended to use the superior 07th mod translation, which is more faithful to the original intentions of the Witch Hunt team. Umineko inserts Western political references like Rikinjima Gate and butchers the characters' catchphrases. Plus, it doesn't really flow that well, and there's a lot of repetition. Maybe consider switching to 07th mod for the answers arc.
Fake fan, this is the 07th mod translation. Fake fan in the pins. Fake fan.
Uh-oh. Can we please keep stalling? I want 6 hours straight of Mizaki. Mzaki, sorry.
Is it possible to turn off the boat shaking? No, we need to start reading quickly so we can get past the boat shaking. It'll stop in like 10 to 20 minutes or something.
As of last stream, least favorite character and most favorite character. Last stream being Higurashi, because I love Lambda Delta now after playing Higurashi. I love her now. I understand. I get it. Least favorite characters. It's probably either George or Canon. Canon's kind of boring to me. I think surprised. I think probably George. Most favorite characters between probably Beatrice or Baldur still. It's probably gonna be Beatrice.
can turn the game down 1 extra since this probably isn't the loudest track, and any louder gets you drowned out.
Okay, sure.
All right. All right.
There you go.
How's that, Boulder?
There you go. Okay, let's read until we get off the boat so the boat stops shaking.
Okay.
And then we will say thank you to
Alright.
2 bits and subs. Okay, I will try to keep that in mind. Okay. Amakusa, could you turn that off?
That's still you. Yeah.
Whoops, my bad. You don't like Mzaki? Oh, it's here. I'm just not in the mood. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Voices are low? To be expected with switching over.
Next.
Voice volume. Okay, so we want to go up like maybe, let's just go up by 1 increment until we see.
Okay.
Holy lip sync. Yes, the mouths move now. Isn't that great? I wish we'd had this on the whole time. I wish someone had told me about that.
If only.
Oh, we didn't tell them. There's a copy. I have a copy of this.
Yep.
Right?
That's
Yeah,
true.
I have
Yeah,
a- I
it
have a
arrived.
copy. Yep.
It arrived.
PlayStation 3 copy, physical copy. Anyway, the world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea and blotted out by the ocean's gray.
Can you see it? Over there's where the harbor was at the time.
The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I wonder how Umineko is doing right now. They hate change. They're probably freaking out. Everything's different. The text looks different. The boat's moving. Their mouths are moving. They're just like, oh man, they're just freaking out. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just it was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. But at least I remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rikinjima and a family gathering to me. That's not a bad observation. In short, Sumari, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Parents? Kinjima, huh? The place of all beginnings and the end of the line for all journeys. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island silhouette at the time. Just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Yep, cliffs all over the story. Captain, please tell me about that other harbor you mentioned.
Sure. Rikenjima supposedly has only 1 harbor, but that's only for public appearances.
On the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor. Like Rikenjima itself, it has a second face which no one knows about. What?
Rikenjima is an island owned by the Ushiromiya family, but it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo-san personally.
So this island has 2 harbors and 2 mansions. He sure spent a lot just to keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor? So the other harbor is presumably at Kuwadorian. Presumably.
Very few. Kinzo-san, the butler Genji-san, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. Both the previous owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa Ba-san knew. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically there was a small number of people who knew.
Please, tell me about that other mansion.
I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuwadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it, not even once.
Okay, so that's confirmed. The other harbor is there. Okay, so that makes sense how supplies are getting to the mansion. I've been wondering about that, like how they were feeding the people that were there. Okay. So it was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor.
I don't know. But it was a hidden mansion after all. It was probably built where you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuadorian was the biggest secret of that island.
There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuadorian or else was confined there. What do you think, Captain?
I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuadorian, and that included a lot of stuff that only women would use, and expensive stuff at that. I'm also convinced that theory is true.
So does that mean you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain?
Nope. Came and went for about 20 years, and I never saw her once.
20 years? Phew, that means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle. Can't say that properly.
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
But one day, bang, all coming and going to and from Kuadorian suddenly stopped. That was about 30 years ago. So around Showa 43, 1968, I think.
Oh. Okay, so he didn't just reset with another Beatrice at the mansion then. Okay, so Kinzo just didn't go again, or if he did, he used different stuff. Okay. All right, so there's presumably real Beatrice, Kuadorian Beatrice, and then there's third Beatrice that I don't know what to call her now. The one that we know. The one that's real to me.
Battler's Beatrice.
Battler's Beatrice. Okay. I think Battler's Beatrice is the one that was writing the messages in the bottle. I think that's the one. Okay. All right. Sorry, just calibrating with this information. Okay. Bang? You mean suddenly?
We came to the hidden side on a set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Oh right, the hidden side's what we called the harbor linked to Kuadorian.
I get it. So then?
One day we got an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore.
And did you hear differently?
Not really. Long story short, one day I was suddenly told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side anymore, and that I didn't have to take food there either. At first, I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuadorian, I managed to guess somehow.
Beatrice died, and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her.
I was supposed to tell you it's Nanjo's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Nanjo.
Happy birthday, Nanjo.
Happy birthday,
Thank you,
Nanjo.
Chatter, for reminding me.
Also, happy birthday to Wuggy.
Yep. And Clive and Jill. That's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. However, after that, Genji-san came to see me face to face and got pushy, strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side until I died.
So, if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years... Oh, whoops. For 20 whole years, why was Aunt
Should be able
Ava
to just...
there?
Okay, there you go.
Exit? Yeah, okay. On that day 12 years ago, Ushomiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
I saw on the talk shows. Even I don't have a clue what happened. Not once did I guide Eva-san to the hidden side. I have no idea how or why she knew about or reached Kuadorian.
I wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kuadorian by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person be able to bush crash it?
Lady person would be able to. I think it's just shortened.
Right. Okay. So what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something.
Are you kidding? That 2-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat.
So what if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuadorian? She just like, okay, yep, just nailed it.
Yep.
Wouldn't it have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house? You mean a tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island or Kinjima? What do you think this is, a Resident Evil game? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. If I was a multi-billionaire, I would absolutely have hidden tunnels everywhere. I would love it. What do you think, Captain?
What about like fake doors? I would love to have fake doors.
Fake doors,
yeah,
yeah,
like door hidden in a bookcase. That would be
Mhm.
great. I'm a man of the sea. I don't know about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Wouldn't surprise me if that Kinzo-san could dig at least 2 kilometers. He knows lots about holes. That man.
There really is something wrong with this island. Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. I mean, I feel like we know a lot about it. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from back then's probably still there, but I bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost.
Right, let's go. Thanks for everything, Amakusa. You wait here too. What? Really? Well, I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. It'll be troublesome for them if you come too. I imagine your toxin is strong. Toxin? Oh ho! I'll be back soon. Today, our main goal is Kuodorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
Give her some space, youngin'. See you soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for you.
I like the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the captain's ship has a leak and he can't fix it because he doesn't know shit about fixing holes. Okay, we're off the boat. Let us say thank you to some people now.
Okay.
Who's last person? Yesterday. I think it was Forged Enigma. It was.
Chat says first and foremost, thank you, Mouse.
Oh.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, Mouse. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Saffir Poe for the resub. Thank you, Bevel Doi for the resub also. Sinahel for the resub. Aperture City for the resub with a message. Hello, Joe. Glad you're enjoying Umineko no Nakukoro ni. Well, that's all the time I have today. Goodbye. I think that's the first time I said the full title properly. Dalmek has 100 bits.
He saved it just for today.
Here we go. I haven't even read it yet, and I'm just bracing for someone. Here we go. Hello, my most lovely and special Joseph Anderson. As your greatest and most ardent supporter, I must say that the presence of Mouse has been the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in my existence. This heinous rodent has dared to insert herself into your life, ruining every parasocial fantasy I have. I demand she be demodded, banned, and then summarily beheaded. So the most evil and vile Mouse, your audio is a bit low, so if you can turn it up, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Dalmek.
Thank you, Made This Today for the resub with Joms. 003D for the resub. I have nothing funny to say but hi. Hey, how's it going? Thank you, 01 Mostly and Alaram for the resubs. Hey Joe, I need your help. I recently came across a clip of you talking about Final Fantasy 16 in which you said that certain characters keep showing up like that fucking clown in the Heidenberg picture. What the fuck does that mean? I don't even know if it's an inside joke of the community or just general knowledge, but I couldn't find anything when looking it up on the internet. It's been weeks and I can't stop thinking about it. Okay, maybe I just smashed two concepts together. Wasn't there like an urban legend that on a lot of tragic historical events there would be the same person in the picture, and there was like a conspiracy that this person kept showing up as a harbinger of like something bad to happen? And then someone made it a clown.
I've never heard that in my life.
You've never heard that?
Did you dream this?
Maybe I dreamt it.
Yeah, maybe you dreamt this.
I don't know. It's David Tennant. Maybe it's David Tennant. Yeah. Zero escape level tangent. I guess I just morbed from a different reality where that is that's true. Yeah. Dalmek's audio thing is real, by the way. Ever since the mic went insane during Baldur's Gate 3, the mic volume has been slightly lower than it was. Oh, okay. Has it? Okay. So is that why Mouse is louder than me?
Maybe.
I can turn up a little bit on OBS, sure. Oh, I can't turn it up. It's maxed. It's maxed.
You're screwed.
Can you turn up the music up by 1 in settings? I think it's only a tiny bit quieter. Maybe it's just a try. I don't think we want to mess with it.
This is a really quiet song.
Yeah. Sorry for driving crazy, LRM. Yeah. Thank you, That Gray Peanut, for the bits. Your Witcher 3 Part 1 reminded me of how bad Ragnarok was, and now I'm depressed. Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't awful, but it was really disappointing.
I have a question.
Sure.
Should we turn off the watermark or leave it on just to piss people off?
This one down here?
Yeah. I literally don't even notice that it's there. I don't know why people are so fixated on it.
Is it gone when?
I think there might be a setting to replace it, but I'm not sure. Yeah, make it twice as big. That would be my vote, but I don't make a living doing this.
Let's have a vote then, and we'll let chat decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you, Bash, for the resub. Man, I love Umi Pro. Congrats on finishing questions arc. I am on episode 7 myself, and hope you will enjoy answers arc when the time comes. Of course, I love that this story is so long that you get congratulations for just reading. Like it's not hard. Like you just hit the button.
You have to remember the Zoomers don't read.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah,
Alright.
that's true. Imagine going back to Danganronpa after this chat. Should we do that as a contrast? When Umineko is completely done, we'll do Danganronpa rerun 1 to see.
Didn't they just do a Persona 4 remake or something? You can just do that.
No, that's the good one for chat. No, you can't do that. No. Thank you, Supreme Cool, for the resub. Thank you, how do you read that? Mihail Groman? Mihail Groman for the resub. Hey Tom, finally catch up with Umineko streams after being unable to watch for months because of interventions. Really love your streams. Hope I'll be able to keep watching you live. Oh, thanks. Thanks. These are never going on YouTube from me, so if you are game behind, you can find them though. But they're uploaded by other people. 100 Line Defense by Danganronpa writer and Uchi Koshi. We might want to do that, but I think we want to go back to something we specifically did before, just as the comparison. Yeah. Thank you, Nightmare Luna 69 for the resub. Do you not like M Zaki joke? Nice. You knew the next line. I do like it actually. It was pretty good. Thank you, Endovilicus Flare for the resub. Thank you for finally ending Umineko so that I can finally watch it all. I think a lot of people will benefit from the break, including myself. I am a little worried about forgetting some stuff, but I have a decent enough memory for this sort of thing. And if I do forget, then it was like released in episodes over time, right? So
You're just being authentic to the original experience.
Exactly. We can just repeat all of the conversations that were out back then. Because at the same time gap. Thank you, That Great Peanut, for the bits. Do the God of War DLC, Mr. Toe. I should do that in DLC month, maybe. Yeah. Thank you, Joe's Ratness, for the bits. I finished Umineko now, so I'd just like to say thank you for streaming it because you got me to read it and I enjoyed it very much. When you finish episode 4, you'll be able to watch the PlayStation 3 version's opening, which I think is the best one personally. I can send you a link to the right one if you want. Is that the one that plays on Umi Pro now, or is it a different one?
I think it's a different one. We have spoiler-free openings on this, so yeah, maybe we can watch it at the end of the stream if we're not dead.
Yeah, that could be fun. That could be fun. Thank you, Cernica or Cernica, for the resub too. Hi Joe, just wanted to thank you for introducing me to Umineko. This is a trend. It's been really fun so far, and I can't wait to get to the answers arc. We'll be patiently waiting with a heart. I wonder if we should prepare like a post Umineko book list. If people really want to get more into reading, like
I have one pinned in Reading Club that'll work actually. Yep,
that'd be good.
Yep.
That'd be good. Thank you, Borders Live, for the resub. Hi, Toe. Petitioning you to play the Tony Hawk games to reverse the Weebery. I don't know if I can do the Tony Hawk games anymore. I really liked them when I was a teenager, but like I don't know. They're maybe a little bit too limited for streams at the moment. I don't know. It might be fun to do one to see. One of the latest ones. Thank you, Freya Ferilia, for the resub with Nanjo. Herbertu Westu for the resub. And there's only 3 more on my list. 2 more on the list after this. Hi, Joe. This is my last sub since I only have a month left to live. What? I'm glad we're finally getting to episode 5. It's my favorite, and I couldn't think of a better last Joe stream. Well, now we have to continue Umineko afterwards.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Herberto got us. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I think you'll pull through. Thank you, Lelia AE, for 1,000 bits. Nice to be catching a stream before 5 a.m. Curse my Australian time zone. It's nice you were taking a break from gaming with Umineko today. We've done a lot of gaming, yeah. We've done a lot of gaming. I'm really enjoying Baldur's Gate 3, by the way. I'm really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to playing more of that on Tuesday. Thank you, That Great Peanut. Last on list for now with some bits. Oops, I don't think my message sent. Toe, if you were held at knife/bat point to write a fan fiction, what media game would you write for? Oh.
If it was knife or bat, would that make an influence? Like, would that influence your decision?
If it was bat, I think I could probably fight out of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
So it's only knife point because knife beats bat. If I was held at knife point and I had to do fan fiction, oh man.
Oh man.
I mean, I could just go back to Pokemon. I know how to do that.
Umineko.
Fan fiction for Umineko.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's a bit too meta, isn't it? A bit too meta. I really like Robin Hobb's Farseer's trilogy, so I might like write something in that world because I think it's an interesting world. I really like that world, but it's like I don't know if it holds up. It's just interesting to me because I read it when I was a teenager. I'm gonna pick that one. If it was video games and Pokemon for sure. Thank you, Huli Gordo, for the bits. 2 more came in. Hey Joe and Mouse, I just wanted to say fuck you for getting me into Umineko. Finishing it has left an empty hole in my heart that I can never be fulfilled with anything again except for perhaps One Piece.
You really need that post Umineko reading list. I see. I got you.
Yep.
I got you.
Yep.
Just wait till you discover books.
Books.
It's gonna blow your mind.
Thank you, Darius Carlin, for the resub. Hope you're well, Toe. Just finished Umineko last week. Wow, and I'm super excited for you to get to part 5 soon. There's a scene I'm eagerly awaiting your reaction to. Negative or positive? Negative or positive? So it seems like a lot of people in chat were roughly about twice as fast as I was with reading this. Then, yeah, because they're finishing it as I'm finishing Questions Arc.
That makes sense. They don't have to read it out loud, probably.
Yep.
Twice a week.
Yep. Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
This is still me, right?
Yes.
I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, you would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way.
Do you want to turn the logo off?
Oh, is that... Did it win?
I don't know. I didn't see the poll result. What was the poll result? Oh, it said to remove it. Okay, well.
Good thing this is a democracy.
Right, text box window, type NBLNT. I don't know. Is it going to show you?
Let's go with type B.
There you go.
Oh, it's got the... They're not going to like the butterflies. We do like the butterflies. We do.
Is Mouse the one streaming? No. Do you know what channel you're on? What do you mean?
There we go. That's it, right?
Yeah, that's good.
No, it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They do like the butterflies. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Type B for Beatrice.
What's that one? What's that one? Let's see. All the derails.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the one we were on. Okay,
Okay.
what's type T? Let's see. Oh, okay.
Minimalist.
Yeah, we don't want that.
The channel is Hello, it's Joe.
Type that. There we go. Okay. No one's gonna have any complaints about anything else from now on. We're good.
I'm certainly not going to acknowledge them if they do.
The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence, like an aura, of the golden witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. Yeah, but Rikkinjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Is it really? Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me. But I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. This is where she fell, right?
Mm-hmm.
The steep downward slope, or it's the same art at least. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs.
Just like episode 4.
And it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, Sumari, this is the border. The place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana. Ooh, this spot is this journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong winds blow Mammon's and Sakutaro's hair, okay, they look down from the hilltop. All right, they're here.
From here, I can't really tell. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer.
Ryu, that's impossible. We won't be able to come back. We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushiromiya Angie who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, you two. Although, as I was back then on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation.
And this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushiromiya Angie.
True. Sorry. This place is as good as any. Joe's mic sounds low still. Is the same for anyone else who want to start another volume thing? It just might be me. But Mouse is fine? It's fine overall?
Fascinating.
Compared to Mouse, yeah, a bit. Did you upgrade your microphone, Mouse?
Not recently, no.
No, not recently?
No, not recently. You're just talking quietly.
I'm just talking quietly.
You're just talking quietly.
I guess so, yeah. The stream is coming from inside the house.
Oh boy.
We can do it for real, and it can be legit. Mouse, could you pass me a drink, please?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
The microphone is farther away from me than him, by the way. This is just proof they hate women. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They just think that women are too loud. International Women's Month ends, and suddenly we talk into the same microphone, and I'm too loud. This is crazy. Actually crazy.
Are they in the blanket fort together? Yeah, we are. Yeah, Mouse is in Moncton right now. Yeah.
I am trapped in Moncton. Yeah.
Hello, chat. We were gonna see. It took you 40 minutes to realize.
You're too loud. Speak up.
I need to speak up? Okay.
You need to speak up.
I thought I'm being as loud as usual.
Projection.
Sorry.
Have I had any random encounters? No, but I had a hell of a flight.
There's a woman in the room. I'm knowing my place. I'm speaking low.
You're giving room to women?
I'm giving room to women.
In the blanket fort. Why is Mouse constantly shouting? You don't have to get so angry. People wouldn't be so critical of you if you were a little more reasonable and stoic when you speak with chat. I'm so sorry for getting hysterical, Koru. That's my bad. Can she confirm going into Moncton is like going into an Outer Worlds black hole? That's how it felt.
Mouse, have you seen the microwave yet?
I have. It is shorter than my water bottle.
It is.
Mouse only visits to bring the Umineko PS3 copy. Well, he ordered it here, but who was going to open it? He couldn't open it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she opened it.
Do you think he was going to install Umi Pro himself?
Yeah, she did it for me.
I did meet the dog.
Yeah. And Gatsby loves Mouse and will not leave her alone. It's actually a problem. They're not kidding. It's actually a problem.
Yeah, if he's in a different room from me, he just starts whining.
Yeah.
Yeah, famous dog.
Yeah. You might hear him crying in the background a little bit.
Yeah.
Show chat the snail. I don't have a picture of the snail. Sorry, Jelly. I'll have it for next time.
Get one for break.
You break, yeah.
Yeah. Most feminist Gatsby, true. Most feminist man in the house.
It's his first time meeting someone that isn't from Moncton. Can you blame him? That's true, actually. Yeah, that is true, Gatsby. Damn.
Have I tried the microwave yet? No, but I watched Joe take like 30 full minutes to heat something up in it because he had to keep going and turning it back on again.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It took that long.
Yeah.
Hey, in my
Yeah.
defense, it was frozen completely all the way through.
We're not living together. I'm just visiting. I wanted to visit for the end of episode 4. Come on, this is huge.
And that's the only reason.
Uh-huh.
That's the only reason. Okay, they found out now. Okay, all
All
right.
right, let's go.
This place is as good as any. After all, you can feel the wind of that day.
Was the wind really like this?
Yeah, very soon they will come. Everyone. Sakataru said it as though it was completely natural. Try and talk a little louder, by the way, chat, so let me know if it's loud enough. And I believed it. Mom, Dad, One-chan,
Oni-chan.
Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants. And Maria One-chan. All right, E is nay, I is ni. Okay. It's me. It's Angie. I've come back. When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years ago. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiromiya Angie, don't make me laugh, chat. and a journey reach an end. A journey reach an end as the last witch of marriage sorcery.
Mariage sorcière.
Sorcière. I tried. So it's like coursier.
Yeah.
Okay. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family. And as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan. Sorry. Let me greet Maria Oni-chan first. A strong tailwind urged me on.
Most dedicated backseater ever. I'm so good at backseating that I'm front seating. I made that joke earlier, but now I'm doing it with an audience.
It's front seating now. I just took over and installed Umi Pro. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky over Kinjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen. Angie called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. That was a flashback, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a flashback.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for.
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for being kind about it.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in black and white.
I
Though, so,
appreciate.
yeah,
I
okay.
appreciate that. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space beside us, but it isn't something that anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is, yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, Oni-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that. But now, those sad days are over. So, let's return One-chan's Alliance of Witches back to the original Mariage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. The world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream croquette? Croquette?
Mm-hmm.
Croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. Pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages and her heart. Joe's dramatic reading is incredible. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Hi, Greg. Nice to see you, Greg.
Thank you so much, Greg. I learned from you.
Greg is not in Joe's house, too. It's just us. But if he could be, he would be, I'm sure. Maybe for the finale.
Because I hurt One-chan, Marriage Saucier ended up like this. One-chan isn't a black, evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'll return it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria One-chan, the one who scattered magic to make people happy across the entire world. I'm staring in the window with tears in my eyes.
And all he sees is a blanket.
That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps. Maria One-chan.
It's Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, eh, Angie-chan?
It's Kagami. Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there surrounding me. Okay, I didn't see this coming. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. You know what? I'm stupid for not seeing this coming, because otherwise, why would they be in the story? Why did I think she was just going to go to the island and they would just never find her? Of course, there would be more to this character they introduced. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
Are those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're gonna throw them, right? Go ahead, we'll wait that long.
Just what are you waiting for? But Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. Interesting. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. Uh-oh. And Katsumi, how long have you been waiting for this ambush?
Since early morning. Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there are no cafes or dressing rooms here.
No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. Ack.
A lady with half Sumadera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumadera Kyrie's child. Not a trace of grace.
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Actually spat? Wow. Every time you talk to me, Aunt Katsumi, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like my mother?
Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mouth and nose are the same too. Free-willing and irresponsible. You thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumadera family and selfishly flew out of the house. Thanks to that, my entire life has been devoted to cleaning up your mess.
I guess your life really has been covered with crap. Ooh. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant, my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked. The ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand.
Yes, you truly are like Nason. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. Yes, I remember so many things.
You're a sad person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to mom and scorned. And for your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness.
A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, your mother is a loser who threw everything away and ran away from the Sumidera family, right? Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser?
Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was born? When will your life begin? It never will. For all eternity, you'll always continue to be sneered at by my dead mother until you die. If only you just die. Why are you living?
You little piss. You all make her some tea.
Eyes are open. Leave it to us, you big-mouthed shitty brat. Let us teach you a little lesson. The black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down.
Do whatever you want to her till my break is over. Teach my cute niece her place.
I'm starting to realize that Kasumi is not very nice. Sumidera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumidera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word okami. Managing the Sumidera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirie. Kirie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kirie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kirie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumidera's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family, normally a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. Holy shit. But Kirie's punishment ended with disinheritance and an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. That was hard to say. After that, the Sumidera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Sumari. Kirie openly left the Sumidera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiromiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But, eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kirie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted.
Because of your mother, my life was ruined. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and thrown into a hellish life.
So I don't know if you can tell me this or not, and if it's okay, I'm looking away. Okay, all right. So I don't even see a reaction. Okay, all right.
You were gonna test my poker face. What do you mean? Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Are the Sumideras meant to be like a mafia gangster sort of organization, or is it just that they're like a very rich family that just has those resources if they need them?
Not specified.
Not specified. Okay.
So far, at least.
Okay. All right. I just wanted getting the feel of, is Kirie like born in that kind of rough kind of family life? Interesting reaction. Okay, all right. You know what? On behalf of Umidan, I just want to say I think you just showed too much.
You know what? I'm docking them another hour for that.
Wow, collective punishment?
Yep.
Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Gyuk? Gaga. Don't you ever stop talking, girl? Yeah. The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kirie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kirie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. It's kind of repeating what they just said again. Then, suddenly, everything got flipped over and her life came crashing down.
My life, lifestyle, and the way I lived were all stolen from me. Do you know how much I was derided by those relatives who didn't know the details, all because of my sister's dishonor? I detested her. I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood.
Glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. Gah! A kick landed in Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again. So she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up.
I saw Nason at an Ushiromiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness only for herself.
So what? How is taking it on me going to make you happy? Will taking it on me turn back time and change history or something? Gak?
You said something a short while ago. When will my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustrations on you, I can't turn back time. So must I keep hating my sister even though she's gone until I die? You've got to be kidding me. How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? So I thought of something. If I could accomplish one thing, I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over.
Angie was about to lash back out at her, but stopped, because she'd been kicked again if she responded. Even if Katsumi didn't say any more, Angie had a pretty good idea what she meant. Katsumi thought that by taking revenge against Kirie's daughter Angie, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you deep in it. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you feel like saying, sorry my mother caused you so much trouble or something?
You say something like that? Wah. Ryu! Angie!
Angie-sama, no! You mustn't provoke them. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time.
They do say you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. Oh, what about Amakusa-san? If Amakusa-san comes, I'm sure...
It's no use. I can't see him. You idiot, Angie-sama. Why did you leave Amakusa behind?
I didn't need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. Was there a funny Craig doing Uryu? Thank you, Greg.
Strong and powerful Uryu.
During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiromiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seemed to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. Oh, no, she's back. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault, Angie. The fact that... Oh, sorry.
The fact that you're at fault is what matters, so who cares if I can't remember what it was you did?
Okay, so this is not black and white. This is Tepia. So what is this? This
Side back, flash side, sidebar.
Sorry, did I say Tepia?
You did say Tepia. Feeling tepid about this chapter.
Oh no, I said Tepia.
You said Tepia. I was gonna let it go, but chat never forgets.
Oh, we didn't do connections today.
That's true.
That's true, we didn't. Yeah. Yeah. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes. Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that would continue until I learned something or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and look, there's Aunt Ava. Right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Ava almost as though the two of them are laughing together. Oh, new music track. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiromiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. So it's just becoming text now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me, just like what Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same.
Oh, it's so low they can't even hear the music.
Music's really low?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is true. We did coin the term Dom text to describe this on my stream.
Let's turn it by 1 and see if that's enough. Usually one of these bubs is pretty significant.
Okay. Yeah, it makes a pretty big difference.
People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That is the reason Maria Oni-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her, but Oni-chan didn't carry that burden of her own on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure if Maria Oni-chan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her, Maria Oni-chan cut it with her magic.
What's wrong? Got a bone to pick with me?
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got canceled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Ava again. What I could see through to was a sad human form no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly like a lion crying in pain like a child. Even Ushiromiya Ava was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokkenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. Is that the most amount of text in a box so far? In order to let Ava forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Oni-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend, Sakataru. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushiromiya Ava. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Ava, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for a hatred throughout my life. Toe Anderson, I like it.
That's from Greg.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's just Toe forever now, I guess.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay.
Dramatic monologue.
I'm really into it.
Yeah, okay.
It's throughout my life is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see, right next to Aunt Ava, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Oh shit. Aunt Ava was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. I mean, she also probably did kill them. So I don't know. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Okay, there we go. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Ava knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Wingless. Alright, this one might be too loud now. Let's see what chat thinks. Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria Onechan? If I taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Ava constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now, finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate. Okay, that's very similar to what Maria said to Rosa when Rosa was hitting her on the subway. She's like, a witch just took over for a bit. Yeah, definitely link back. Okay.
Oh, what's this? You can see me?
I see you. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Ava. It's you.
Whoa, awesome! To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me. So, are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me?
Hate? Yes, I do. But that's not quite it. I just think you're sad.
Sad? I'm not doing the dolphin laugh. What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want?
I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll put a stop to hatred. I'll accept Aunt Ava's pain, purify it, and throw it away.
Do you know what doing a dolphin laugh in front of someone is like? Maybe if I were at home staring at nothing. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Anyway. What kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head all right? Seriously, if only you'd just give up and die. Yeah. You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though. Because it'd be boring if her pitiful face got any better.
Gua? The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back. Okay, so it's establishing something I should have noticed before, actually, or put the words at least. The idea of like the white magic and the black magic, and the white magic being something that Maria was using as a coping mechanism and an escape, like with Sakutaro. But then there's also the black magic that Beatrice put her up to, which was when she was just just embodying the hatred and just like seeping into it and let it take over, which is when she was killing Rosa over and over and over and over and over again in the Velvet Room. Okay, so does Beatrice have that too? Beato, Battler's Beatrice, BB. Does BB have it too? And what would her version of the white magic be? Okay, I want to talk more about that, but not just yet. Anyway, sorry. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
My, are you still not suffering after all that? You keep staring right at me. Do you hate me? I'll bet you do. Same here.
Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never ever heal. The sad lion, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out, continues to howl.
Hey, Sumidera Kasumi, take a look. Over there, it's you as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, right? Isn't it great? Don't you like having the roles switched? Yeah, it truly does feel great. How can you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on and cry. You want to, right? Yes, of course she wants to cry. Make her cry. Didn't someone make you cry back then?
Natsuki's crying.
So make her cry too. You too, Angie. If only you just break down and cry. Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yeah, make her say those words. Aren't those words painful? Isn't being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault just the worst pain? Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay? If only you just let your emotions run free more and more and more.
The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. You do not have to do the dolphin laugh, don't worry what the poll says. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who would impose that sadness on Kasumi. I'd gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the black suit's kicking competition. Wow, or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Katsumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point, they did. However, I was reflected in Katsumi's eyes and they burned me with flames of hatred. She'd been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
Sumidere Kasumi, you aren't done yet. You've got much more trampling to do, right? Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just a little violence? I can't. I still can't forgive her with just this. Right? There's no way you can forgive her. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the fires of hate. After being frozen in the snowfields of anger and sadness, the only flame that can warm you is hatred. Say it, okay? Scream it. If only you just burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate. Shiromiya Angie! I cannot live without hating you. Damn, evil cackle.
Long laugh.
Yeah. Sumidera Kasumi, look at that bundle of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie?
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling it was just sad.
Oh, still not suffering yet? Then what about this? Sumidera Kasumi, use this.
No, not that. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria One-chan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
What's this? Okay. Why not read it? You might fall over laughing, okay?
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's One-chan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits and I doubled over.
See? This book's really important to Angie, right? Gotta belittle the things that are important to her, okay? That'll work better than punching or kicking for a girl like her. You know that better than anyone, don't you?
As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
Ooh, what a creepy book. Did you write this?
Stop it. Give it back.
Look at that face. Belittle it more. Belittle it more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain. What's with this embarrassing book? I'll admit, I did have a little interest in fortune telling as a girl. But isn't this going a bit too far? Magic? Ew. You're one of those, aren't you? It's like in those cartoons where a girl says that something spell and transforms into a witch, right? You like those, don't you? How pathetic.
Cackling, Katsumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria One-chan. I don't hate Katsumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Katsumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
Wow, this is just great. Magic for making candy fall from the sky, you say? What's this? Sprinkle water cleansed by the sun with sugar? Stick the magic staff in and then an incantation. What the hell? It hurts.
Half of your reading of this is laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Ah! Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away. So cruel. That was Maria's magic.
Oh, really? How sad.
It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria One-chan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic which One-chan had created had been torn and thrown away and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away.
Oh, this part's great too. Magic to make tonight's dinner cream croquette. What's next? Magic to make bell peppers taste good? That's not bad either. So stupid.
They already do taste good.
Tear that too. If only you just tear it more and more.
With a brutal, loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria One-chan's spells get torn out one after another. She sneered at that happy magic, tore it apart, and threw it away.
Stop it! Stop it! Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin.
Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Katsumi.
Come on, why not defile it? Miracles of magic? Magic to bring happiness? No way, nothing like that exists. Don't you know that you can't heal pain and sadness without pushing it onto someone else? Hey, you also had those magic friend things, right? Sumadera Kasumi opened to that page. What's this? Magic friends? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? What a creepy name. It says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy. Angie, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? Foolish.
The page that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mammon's vessel or anything.
Phew, yeah, we'd hate to lose her.
But the denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mamon's face twisted from that heat and pain. Are you okay, Mamon? Hold on.
This much is no problem. It's not me, but Angie-sama who's in pain.
However, Mamon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation. Stop it, Black Witch. Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness?
Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? I'll defile you too. Sumidera Kasumi, look for this guy's page too, okay? What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion? Sakutaro? What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? A close friend? This lion is? Is it? Is it? It really is a crappy scribble. This ugly lion is totally you. To think she had something like this as a friend. That Ushiromi and Maria kid's mind is so pathetic it's embarrassing. What a joke. She's like a moron. If only she'd just give up and die.
Who are you? Don't make fun of Maria. Stop it. Don't break it.
No way.
There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. Filthily? The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. When did this happen?
Must have been in the past, yeah. What a crappy picture. You all laugh too, okay?
A pair of black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown. Really? Even the bodyguards are just stamping on pages, bullying this girl? What the hell? Ooh. Hick. Ooh.
Sakutaro, hang in there.
I'm not sad. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that. Maria's being made fun of, and I can't do anything about it.
To humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture.
As Sakutaro and Mammon supported each other, they crouched down, sobbing. Couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resistant toxin, and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your head. It really is fun to take a peek into your mind. You creepy child. Both you and Maria. And that stuffed animal and the furniture over there too, right? Oh, I could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always all alone, so stuffed animals are your friends. What a pitiable child. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way, so I'll accept it. You really are a pitiable child, right?
This is taking a while, huh?
Yep.
Yep. To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. Yep. That's right. If 100 people were to read Oni-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. Wait a minute, is this Umi project? No. But you know, despite all of that, Maria Oni-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
Such a stubborn child you are. Very well. This is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the truly foolish magic that you and Maria believed in. Sumidera Kasumi, read this page, okay? What's this colorful page? What's this? Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother?
Stop it! Not that page!
Uh-huh. This magic's really simple, isn't it? It looks like even I could do it. Even I could remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a whirl? It really is a short incantation, isn't it? Okay, give it a try. Let's have everyone spit it out.
Sure thing, boss. With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud.
Ooh, ooh.
The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
This is supposed to be an incantation. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Come on, why don't you guys try it too?
Wow.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother.
What the hell? How stupid. If you could make family relationships better just by saying ooh, ooh, the world would always be peaceful. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A stupid moaning voice. Too bad that if you do this over and over again, people will think you're a pathetic, stupid kid. Are you a moron?
Stop it! At least don't belittle that magic! It was the day of a picnic when Maria, Oni-chan, and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Oni-chan was singing a song she'd just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing it until the very end, with ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding Oni-chan when she said it. But to Oni-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too. Stop it. Don't tear it. At least spare that page.
No way.
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious, hilarious. There's no way there could be magic to make you happy, right? Magic is made out of anger and hatred, right? Happiness is what you call the feeling of release you get only when you've pushed all the hatred you bear onto other people. The happiness you all are talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside picture books.
As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. I think it's time to go through the whole story with every scene that Maria's in to see when she does and does not do the oohs.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely.
What are the contexts for every single ooh? And we noised it. Yep. And we did the gnome.
You did the gnome voice. You did the gnome voice. And once again, I did not react at all. You got to admit. I'm good at keeping it cool.
Ooh, ooh. Maria loves her mother. Ooh, ooh. Oh.
Yeah. Do you regret your words and deeds?
No, it was hilarious.
I didn't think so.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
No, it was really funny. It was really funny. Yeah.
Can't stand it? Hey, you can't stand it, right? You white witches of happiness? If you can't stand it that much, why don't you show us? Show us your magic. If it exists, then you just have to show us, right? A witch who can't use magic isn't a witch. That's why we're the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream.
Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in Oni-chan's magic?
Huh? Yeah, sure. I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Let's see it, you stupid brat.
Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
Oh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch. Now that you stood up, what are you going to show us? Show us some magic.
New song. Magic exists.
What? What's this kid saying? Did you guys hear that? Silence. Isn't that interesting? You people always refuse to show this power of miracles because of the magic-resisting toxin. Disciple of the White Witch, Maria. Let's see some magic. Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle before being betrayed? Everyone believes. Everyone is betrayed and despairs. And they learn that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches, like me.
Hitting someone with your hatred is nothing more than a sin. That isn't magic. Sin. I'll show you real magic.
You...
The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Katsumi sneered at me even more.
Then let's have a look. So what kind of magic will you show us? Magic to make candy fall from the sky? Or else magic to make cookies multiply? What?
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
What is this all of a sudden?
Come, arise, the 7 sisters of purgatory.
What?
There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria One-chan and Beatrice.
7 sisters of purgatory, right here. Angie-sama?
You said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve, I couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Maria One-chan's mariage sorcière world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic.
It's impossible. No matter what you try before such a massive toxin.
The 7 sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Angie's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic, and they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Angie. But Angie spoke very quietly. In that case, you all believe too.
Huh?
Mariage sorcière was created to bring people happiness, and also to fight the Black Witch. In order to show that miracle to the foolish Black Witch, who denies the world that one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria, gave birth to, and in order to protect that world, believe, that was a sentence, holy shit, believe in magic, in witches, in miracles, right now. When Katsumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed at Angie.
You'll show us magic, right? Then let's have it. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get 1 chance. Show us before I count to 3, got it? If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself, okay?
Shoot. What's with this kid? She's lost it. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Angie's detached attitude.
Are you serious? This girl's lost her mind. In that case, get yourself shot, if only you just die.
Angie, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic. No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Compared to my magic, to the 7 sisters of purgatory, bullets are nothing.
Angie-sama?
Mammon was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Angie. You brat. If you can use magic, let us have a look right now. What's wrong? We're telling you to show us magic, right? Come on, bro. No need to hold back, okay? Boom. Show us some magic. The black suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
If only you just shoot. She's even telling you to try and shoot, you guys. This kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Angie-chan. Go and pretend to be a witch as much as you want in heaven. Fire.
You sure?
Fire. Die, Angie. If you can do it, then give this magic of yours a try.
The black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. And then Angie died. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew.
What are you doing, Mammon? Don't tell me you'd let a boorish pebble of a bullet like this reach Angie-sama.
Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swipe, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist.
Every now and then, I get to go first.
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood, and a cold smile was on her face. Then, slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
You pierced a human? Idiot. Do you still not believe in our master's magic power? Are you kidding me? You materialized in front of this many humans? What is this? What?
Katsumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie, and why was the person who fired it hurt instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan.
I'm most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master. Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. Why? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. They shouldn't be able to see magic, and they shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. Why?
Because this is true magic.
Ah! What are you people doing? Kill! Kill!
One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses pulled his gun, aimed.
Like I'd allow you the disrespect of pointing a gun barrel at our master. Die.
Those words were a requiem.
Damn, that line goes hard.
The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. What? Save me! The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place. The stake of sloth.
Be thankful that your violence against our master will be repaid with this alone. Die!
In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened, and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy at being able to use her full power. Oh, ah! Who's that? Who's there? Where are you? Black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. Alright, so first of all, Baltur's not in the scene, so now this is real. Second,
Do you just think none of it is happening at all?
nothing happens in Umineko.
Okay,
Nothing
alright,
happens in
well,
Umineko.
that's fine.
Secondly, it's Amakusa, the Juza, with a sniper rifle on the grassy knoll, just taking them all out. Yeah, that's what's happening. He has ripped pants, and he has another pair of pants under his ripped pants.
He's so cool.
He is so cool.
He's so cool.
He's super cool.
You can see that it matches his shirt, so like maybe it's just like a full bodysuit underneath.
Maybe it's just like a onesie, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a onesie under there.
With buttons, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. What does he have, like the Baldur cross? Baldur has a cross like that, right?
I don't know. Maybe they love God.
Maybe. Where's Baldur? Ooh. Am I blind? Is Baldur not on here? Damn, he really did get erased. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. They didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
Dumbass! The enemy is right before your eyes! The witch's furniture is after you!
But they couldn't see. Because they didn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
Did you think humans could see our forms? That they could follow us? Stupid humans. Time to pay a fool's price for forgetting your awe of magic. What is this? What's going on?
You can't see it because you have no love.
Impossible. Even though there are so many humans here, even though the magic-resistant toxin is everywhere, why can you manifest your magic? Who are you?
A witch, and unlike you, a real one.
What? Damn it, you bitch!
As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie. And the trigger was, Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered, die! Next one, Satan.
Satan of Wrath, already right here. Blockhead, you think a simple bullet could hit Angie-sama or us now?
Oh. Is that because we're not on Umineko?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice update there. The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
Know your foolishness and regret in hell. Die!
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question. Hey, Aunt Katsumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic?
There's no way something so ridiculous could exist. I won't accept it. There's no way magic exists. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot what I'm doing for a minute.
It's okay.
There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist.
Magic exists. Witches exist. Ryu!
That's right. Magic exists. Witches exist. And in this world filled with anger and sadness, it can become the key that opens the door to the world of happiness. I won't let someone like you deny that.
The key to a world of happiness lies in every person's hands. No one has any right to steal that away. You pitiful human who cannot understand this. If there had been magic in your life, it would probably have turned out differently, becoming much more peaceful. When I think that in your entire life you were never able to meet with a true witch, I pity you. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless. Damn, where are you? Keep on attacking, and this bitch is dead. Show yourself. Yeah.
What the hell's he saying? And his guts look tasty too. Angie-sama, leave the next one to me.
Go ahead, kill him.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Die!
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back. Is this a unique sprite just for this pose right now? Or is it Umineko again? Huh.
Umineko adds a bunch of sprites.
Cool.
Yeah.
Grasping his neck and smiling obscenely.
What a cutie. Hey, where do you want to get pierced? Angie-sama, got any ideas?
The head.
Certainly, my master. Die!
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and as his inside scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. Sumadera Kasumi, I sympathize with your sad life from the bottom of my soul. I'm willing to grant you magic that can seal up that infillable hole in your heart. If you can believe, that is.
Don't be ridiculous. I will never accept something like this. Ah!
As Katsumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed at Angie.
That's right, Kasumi. Shoot with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot. Ah! I'll kill you. I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, I'll never be paid back for the life I've lived. Yes, kill. Pull the trigger. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish.
Stop it, Katsumi. You mustn't listen to the Black Witch.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Because of your mother, my entire life has been a wreck.
In that case, my magic might be able to turn that life into something bright and peaceful, bit by bit, starting now. If you can believe in magic and just have a change of heart, I'll be able to open the door to a new world for you. But not your bodyguards, though. They get fucked.
There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale. Your life is going to be covered with thorns until you die anyway. Let her hear that cry of agony. You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumidera Kasumi?
That's right, you might not be able to regain anything. However, I know you'll be able to create something new. So, Katsumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you too about a world of happiness.
You know, because your mother ran away, I was forced to marry her fiancé in her place. There was a man I swore I'd spend my life with, and I was forced to break up with him. You think you understand how I felt when I was forced to be wed in your mother's place and was held by a man I had barely even talked to? I wanted to kill her, but Nason just went and died on her own. That's why I'll kill you. Otherwise, my thorn-filled life will never end.
In Katsumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. Is Mammon gonna kill her at the end? Is she gonna join the crew? So sad. In that case, I'll at least release you, your soul, for all eternity and free you from the bonds of resentment. You can do that? That might be the only bit of charity I can give right now.
Die, Ushiromiya Angie!
Goodbye, Katsumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Angie's forehead. Mammon.
Yeah, Mammon of Greed, right here.
Thanks.
Huh?
Because I met you in Sakataro, I was able to understand everything. Anji! Look away, Sakataro. I don't want you to see this.
The rest of it was fine then.
Sorry, I made myself laugh. Mammon, release that woman and protect the honor of Mariage Saucier.
Yes. Prepare yourself, Sumidera Kasumi.
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning and had already gotten behind Katsumi.
If there's any virtue in you, we'll meet again on the mountain of purgatory. Die!
The upper half of Sumidera Katsumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered and she was finally released. And then Angie started writing a message to put in a bottle. Next is you, the Black Witch. By now, I think even the fact that you look like Aunt Eva is inexcusable to her.
If my form still looks like Ushiromiya Eva, that means you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Angie. Even you want to be released from your thorn-filled life more than anything. In that case, I thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you.
With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then, that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. What's this supposed to be?
You've got at least a vague idea, don't you? It's the woman you hated and despised the most. The woman who hated and despised you the most.
Right. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun. Aunt Ava died.
Long time no see, Angie. I've come back from hell to kill you.
Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person.
I imagine my funeral came as quite a relief to you, right? I feel the same, since I'll never have to see your face again. But I had just one regret. And this is it.
Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain.
The Black Witch's power is itself the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from this magic to escape reality that you speak of.
The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's in a totally different class than your wicked magic.
In that case, let's settle which is the victor right now, black or white. You see my black magic miracle, reviving even after death and pointing a gun at you like this. How exactly do you intend to stop that with a miracle of white magic? I've surrounded you with the magic-resisting toxin. You can't call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again.
Having it occur despite all that is why it's called magic. Okay. Mammon, lend me your power. But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
It's useless to call out. Never again. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will never answer.
And being able to call them even so is what makes it magic, right?
How pitiful. So long, Angie. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. This is goodbye. Aren't you glad that the end of the line for you turned out to be this place?
Yeah, seriously. How thoughtful of you.
Thanks. Then this is farewell.
The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly. At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. Was there a stake like up the barrel so it exploded when it was fired? When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once.
Mammon of Greed, right here. You're kidding me.
Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava?
Angie.
Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. Your luck was bad. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mammon so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around. Thank you, Mammon. This time, I want to apologize again from the bottom of my heart for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches.
I'm the one that's grateful. I feel truly honored at being able to meet a good witch, a good master in the end, and at being able to fulfill my duty as furniture.
Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava. Aunt Ava, thanks for sticking with me for so long. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell.
Cool.
Then the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe there was some symbolism going on there.
Maybe there's some themes. Maybe some themes.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh,
I wouldn't go that
okay.
far.
Just symbolism.
Just a little bit of symbolism, yeah. The battle of gunpowder smoke and fury of white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey. And the world slowly sank into darkness. End of chapter?
Mm-mm.
No? Wow, it's a long chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We're almost done.
The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. For nowhere in particular I could hear a clap, clap, clap. A truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. Burn Castle. Oh, I like her now.
Congratulations, Endless Witch, Angie Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic.
Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch. The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mariage Sorcière.
No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces.
Because I know witches, I learned how to resist them. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger. No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice may have been, the source of her magic is exactly the same. And that's why I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes at least, that world is complete.
But then you'd have to give up on your family.
That's right. So I don't like doing it, but I have to fight. The very reason I left on this journey to become a witch was so I could bet on the faint chance that I'd be able to take my family back someday.
Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled to billions of fragments, I guarantee it.
I understand. I can't afford to have compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces.
It's good that you're steady in that resolve. I was worried that, as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue.
It felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Burn Castle, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey. At times, I've suspected that you might have lied to me.
Why?
I am the Angie of 1998, so even if I save my family, they will only be saved for the Angie of 1986. They won't be saved for me, so I've sometimes felt like I was being deceived.
That is correct. I deceived you.
But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me how to get my family back.
I didn't teach you anything. If you know something, it's because you've reached that mental state by yourself as a witch. That mental state is different from my own. I personally cannot understand it, but if that's the truth, then congratulations.
I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said that to me, right?
Yes, I said it.
Now, I fully understand that role. A piece doesn't need emotions. It just has to give its life. It just had to give its all for victory's sake.
Yes, that is correct. The game requires that you each make the best possible moves, right? If your moves get distorted by hesitation and confusion, your opponent will be confused as well.
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushomiya Angie still needs her family. So I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as can be. So this is when she smashes through? There was the beautiful Ushomiya family rose garden. However,
this is the next chapter. They didn't do a chapter break.
They didn't do a chapter break?
Yeah.
Okay. So
we can
we have
take a break
here?
here.
Oh, we're almost exactly 2 hours.
Yes, we are.
Nice. And this is also a pretty scene to break on.
It is.
Let's see here. Before I go, or we go. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. It's so impressive how dedicated you are to the Umineko lifestyle. After all, Mouse, you spent several hours at an airport dealing with boredom, only to travel to the isolated location of Monktonjima, a place where common sense is thrown out the window completely. Also, you could meet an aging family head who routinely screams at a specter only he can see. Chat.
Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you, Dominic, for also gifting a sub to Greg. Thank you, Dominic. Oh, that was a good Dominic. Sound of Rain used to bits to say, had an idea for a gimmick marble, no obligation to actually put it in, but I want to share the anti-weeb. If this marble wins, you will not watch an anime, but instead one day you will wake up, shower, and go outside for a lovely day at a zoo, botanical garden, nature trail, park, or some other outdoors nature-based location, ideally as a date with Mouse if at all possible, while avoiding eating junk food or drinking soda for the whole day, then make sure to take a second shower upon getting home.
I don't know, it sounds nice.
I don't need a marble for that.
You don't need a marble? Okay, yeah, we'll just go do that tomorrow or something.
Yeah, we can just do that. Yeah,
okay.
We can just do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tora3tron, for the bits. Been enjoying going through Umineko along with you through all the many highs and more so lows. I love that you turned the Weeb's Gambit into a Weeb's Deadlock. It's thought of The thought of Weebs scrambling to ensure Baldur's Gate stream goes smoothly had me laughing on the floor. Look forward to seeing you cap off this arc of yours and Mouse's live Umineko roleplay. Everyone has their own kicks, and I'm not one to judge. Thank you, Tora. Thank you. Thank you, Positive Player here for the resub. Shallow Kevin and Key Dude also for the resubs. Thank you very much. That Great Peanut for some bits. When is this so-called DLC month? I don't know. We don't know yet. And thank you, Ryan_MP4 for the new sub. Welcome, Ryan. Welcome. Okay, we'll be back in about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. I might make a tea. I don't know. It's kind of hot in here though, isn't it?
It is very warm.
Yes. Yeah. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. See you later, chat. All right, we're back. Sorry, we had some blanket fort technical difficulties.
Technical issues.
Yep.
Oh, let me right, voice assignments.
Okay, I'll try and remember. Okay.
Okay,
I'll
I can
try
show
and-
you if you need it.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so this is me then. Whenever we start.
And...
There it is. Wait, 2 pancakes while we were gone? I want 2 pancakes. Damn, okay. Where are my pancakes?
Sorry. I don't know how to make pancakes. Not that modern.
You don't know how to make pancakes?
I could figure it out, I'm sure. I could figure it out.
Give it a year or 2.
So this is a present from Jelly that Mouse brought. It is a snail. I got snailed by Jelly.
Yeah, you got snailed.
Also got some tea
Mm-hmm.
and a nice note. Thank you, Jelly.
I was not questioned at the border on why I had a metal snail.
You weren't questioned?
No.
I think I'll keep this on my desk. The snail. Hope you like the note. I did like the note. Thank you, Jelly. Thank you.
Your hand is very feminine, Joe. Yeah, don't you like his nails?
Wait, it's not.
Don't do that.
It's the wrong one. It's this one. There you go. I did it.
Does Mouse have a second squeaky chair? Am I in the squeaky chair?
You're in the squeaky
I'm
chair.
in the
Yeah.
squeaky chair. I'm
Yep.
in the original squeaky chair. Fan artist, please don't do it.
The OG squeaky chair. Yeah. We're pretty cramped in here, actually. I got some dividers to make a square around the desk and drape some blankets over it, and the blankets were not as big as I thought they were, so we have to tighten the dividers. So I'm gonna have to get bigger blankets, I think.
Yep.
Or some sheets. I'm not sure. Mouse in the chair that squeaks. Fitting.
We're actually in the blanket fort? Yeah, it's a 2-person blanket fort now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you want to get through this shit?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I think it was that gray peanut, right? No.
You
Ryan.
read these 2, but
Ryan.
then skipped the 2 below it, I think, actually.
I think I added those together with the,
Oh,
with the
okay. Alright,
resubs.
got
Yeah.
it, got
Sometimes
it.
I do them non-linearly.
Okay.
You're seeing
Alright.
the tech. Oh
I
no,
am seeing
you're the
the
only
tech.
one that knows the tech. Shit.
All right.
Thank you, Kefefa, for the resub with chat type Joms. Uh-oh. Thank you, Key to Truth, for the bits. Hey, Tom, this has definitely been my favorite stream bit of all time, but the jig is up. Umiden already solved the epitaph. They know there is no mouse. Mouse does not exist. You are alone in Moncton, as Greg has used the power of his divine voice to sell the illusion of the witch all along, but it's useless. It's all useless.
It's no good at all.
Oh, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Key to Truth. Thank you, Dominic, for gifting us up to Allison Daskar. Welcome, Allison. Thank you very much, Dominic. Thank you, Henry White, for the bits. Honestly, jealous that Mouse can experience live your streamer boyfriend gets to microwave your food in the under the range microwave. Happy for both of you. Actually, it was my own food.
Yeah, I made myself eggs.
Thank you, Sound and Rain, for the bits as well. Just want to point something out to everyone. I gave Joe a chance to not watch an anime and he instead focused on the date aspect. The idea of him not having to watch an anime has had absolutely no impact, almost like he didn't care one way or another. A true non-weeb would have been ecstatic at the possibility of avoiding seeing an anime. This is scathing new evidence of weebdom. My investigation was successful. I won. Chat, you are all welcome.
Now I'm gonna throw a wrench in this and say, like, one of the first things I said when we got together was that I would watch the Marble anime with you. So either way, he wins. What do you think of that? Mouse, have you broken the news about Battler's catchphrase to Joe yet? Yeah, that's one of the reasons that we're still on the 7th mod.
Yep, instead of the other one, yeah. The Witch Hunter translation? Or is the Witch Hunter translation the other one?
Yeah, it's the Witch Hunt translation.
Okay.
Sort of, more or less.
Amazing and Mouse 2 Great Watch Landscape. Oh no. Let's hope it's not that then.
Let's hope it doesn't come down.
Let's hope. Okay.
All right, are we ready?
I think so. I think we're in a
All right.
slightly different position now, so I think it should be okay.
Okay.
Let's see
All
how it
right.
goes. Okay.
Yep.
So, can I see assignments again, sorry?
Yeah, I've got narration, so I'll start us off. You are.
Okay, I'll try and remember.
If you just remember, it was everybody from the last chapter.
Okay.
And your usual, then. I think
Okay.
it's
Okay.
Right. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold-colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mariage Sorcière had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were 2, and only 2, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The 2 who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised.
Angie? Beato, it's Angie.
How did you get here? Leave us alone. I shall no longer invite anyone here. Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. A world where she could always be alone with a friendly Maria One-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the 2 of them, it was a small, perfect universe.
Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. We can't continue the game unless you come back.
I said I stopped because I'm tired of it. I will not return to the game again.
Beato will always be here with me. Here, we'll drink tea together and think of lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Angie.
Maria, I believe I said that mustn't happen. I'm satisfied as long as I have you alone. Say that you too are satisfied as long as you have me.
Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato. So I'll be with you. Just us is enough.
Maria, thank you. I'm grateful. Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart.
Sorry, but I can't let it go like that. I came to smash this golden land of Mariage Sorcière.
Why are you going to break my world? Are you saying that this world is causing anyone other than Maria and me trouble?
You've left Oni-chan waiting all this time. In a game you started and then abandoned without finishing. If you don't return to your seat, the contest won't end for all eternity.
There's no longer a single player in that game. Battler vanished and I did as well, coming here. That game is already over.
It is not over. You started that game, didn't you? Take proper responsibility and see it through to the very end. Will you defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wish for? Or will you be defeated and everything swallowed up by your magic released? Take responsibility until the very end. Don't, Angie. Beato will spend her time in this world alone with me for eternity. And I don't need anything else as long as I have Beato. Here, all wishes are granted. Everything is here.
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Maria One-chan's thoughts. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final, peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes.
Oni-chan, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar. It won't grant the one wish you truly want granted. That's not true. Anything can be granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. Yep, she can't say something nice, she doesn't speak at all. Here, anything can be created. Even Angie, even Battler, even George, Oni-chan, even Jessica, One-chan, sorry. Get my chants mixed up. You can summon as many as you want and everyone is nice. You come too, Angie, and let's play together. Sorry, Oni-chan. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, One-chan.
And what about Sakutaro?
Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking. Stop. Don't speak that name. Beato's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan.
Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria One-chan's best friend. Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land? Why, in this golden land where any wish can be granted, is Sakutaro the only one you cannot summon?
That is... It's all right, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakutaro.
Sakutaro was killed by Nama.
Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals.
Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal, Sakutaro, and tore him apart. Wow, she's really going for it.
Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold. Stop! 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 Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of this precious friend to both Maria and myself.
In that case, why don't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic?
I'd do it if I could, but that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that individual object being torn apart is...
Don't try to fool anyone. Why can't you revive Sakutaro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch.
I can revive him? With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this. I could even bury this garden in Sakutaro's.
Yeah, I'll bet you could with your magic, but Oni-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakutaros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch. Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Angie? Yato can use a lot of magic. She's a wonderful witch. She couldn't revive just Sakutaro, but she can do absolutely anything else, so I can at least do without Sakutaro. No, Oni-chan, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, it was clear that Beatrice wasn't a real witch. But that's wrong. It's because Sakutaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made specially for herself, and that's why she can't revive him? Is Beatrice's your magic so inconvenient?
In that case, are you saying you can revive Sakutaro? Are you saying you can do that with your magic?
I can.
What?
Maria One-chan, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakutaro for you. Sorry, the window's open now because it's really, really hot in the room. Sorry. Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, right? Really? Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me. Once I've revived Sakutaro. Yes, leave this golden land.
I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine. If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world.
Yes, that's the proof that you aren't a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you aren't a witch.
No, I won't hand Maria over. I hate you. Leave right now. Get out of here!
Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes. How selfish can you be? Take a look, Beatrice. And you, Maria One-chan. This is true magic. Will you really survive Sakutaro? Really revive, sorry?
There's no way you can. This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. There's not a single spell that an outsider like you could use. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly.
Be quiet, Beato. Don't get in Angie's way.
When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that have been blown upward quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beata watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, this world would. But it's unthinkable, absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land, a world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. If you think you can do it, let's see what you've got, Ushiromiya Angie! At Beato's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound.
Ooh.
I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
Ooh, ooh. Is there seagulls crying in the music right now for that scene, or were they outside?
I couldn't tell. I
You can't tell?
didn't know.
Because it'd be funny if they were outside. Come, try to remember. Maria's close friend, Sakataru. Try and remember what form you had. Try and remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Huh?
Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beata's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward.
So I can hear seagulls through the window. Kataro! Sakataru!
Then, she clung to us both.
Is this Maria?
That's you.
It's alright. Sakataru isn't going to disappear. Ryu! Maria, I'm home. Sakataru! Sakataru! Ooh! Wow! Sakataru! I wanted to see you so much.
It was, unmistakably, that stuffed animal lion, Sakutaro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly.
Ryu! Maria, I'm home. Sakataru! Sakataru! Is your body alright? Does it hurt anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, are you all okay? Ryu! Angie revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Welcome back, Sakataru. Ooh. From now on, I'll always be with you, Maria. Together for eternity. So, don't let go of me, okay? Yeah, won't let go. For all eternity.
Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
So we have to stop the stream, right?
Why?
Because the game just lied with a red statement. We're done.
You have to, but don't you have to wait and find out if you think it was clever?
I waited already. I waited like 20 lines. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
If you want to drop it here, that's up to you.
Yeah. The only question I have left is, does it work both ways? And now I have to drop Baldur's Gate 3 as well.
Well, yeah. Didn't we agree it was both ways?
It's both ways?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Baldur's Gate 3 fans. Sorry, Baldur's Gate 3 fans. Do you think it's still time to do Coscodal, or are we...
Oh, we've got a whole after. Hey, if we stop now, we could go like somewhere really nice for dinner.
We could, yeah. We could.
That'd be great.
All the more reason to turn this bit into reality.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens.
All right.
Thank you, Angie. Angie's magic is amazing. How can you revive Sakataru when Beato couldn't do it?
I will have you know there are 2 fine dining establishments in Moncton. Okay? I looked for them. I scoured the internet. There are 2.
But not a single place with a Michelin star.
Not a single Michelin star in Moncton. No. Impossible. Impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible. Does it count as a lie if she didn't know it wasn't?
I don't know. I don't know the rules of the red statements.
Okay. Well.
What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right?
There's no way that's magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakutaro. There's no way it could. That stuffed animal was a special stuffed animal. Rosa made it for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, only
See, it's magic, right? Oh, she's crying. Man, Rosa sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakutaro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
Beatrice, this really is magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice.
Indeed, it is magic. That is real magic.
Why can Angie use a magic that even Beato couldn't? Why? Why? Angie's amazing. Angie's an amazing witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me. Yeah, that's right, Oni-chan. I'm the Witch of Resurrection, Angie. There's nothing that can't be revived by me. Isn't the story called Rondo and the Witch of Reasoning or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Have we had the Witch of Reasoning show up yet?
Witch and reasoning.
Witch and Reasoning.
I believe so.
Okay. Amazing, incredible. Even Beato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Angie's incredible. A really, real great witch.
At that time, Maria's and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. If only the watermark was on the screen so you could check.
You know what? We will. Here we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Oh my god, they're gonna whine.
And we're gonna keep it on for a while too. Switching it up. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was wrong.
I was right.
Okay, you were right. You're usually right.
Yeah.
Also, I was lying. I'm not gonna keep going. I don't like it either. Goodbye, Maria Oni-chan, and be happy forever. Don't worry, you definitely exist in Oni-chan's world too, but that doesn't refer to you.
I'm happy for you, Maria. As your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. That's the only three emotions that humans have.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Men only have two. Sorry. That's the source of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen.
Get a room? We have one. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart.
Ooh.
Golden butterflies fluttered about, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. The golden land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet-black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room.
Smoking room?
Mm-hmm. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she'd left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in.
That's your seat. Sit.
So, this is the only seat for me to sit in? Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
Win or lose, that's all you've been given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. A tie? However, you won't be allowed to suspend the game and throw it away. Will you win and survive, or lose and disappear? Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. That should be your only duty as the host of a witch's game as the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Then, very well. Why don't I repeat this until I lose?
Quit being so faint-hearted. Win. Use the best moves you have. You started this game. Whose side are you on? You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Give all that indecisive fooling around a rest.
At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg. Gotcha! I finally got you, eh, Beato? Oh, great Lady Lambda Delta, is it? To think that you were still here. Beato's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat.
I don't like that.
You won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I can be more persistent than I look. Surprise? It's more surprising that you don't realize how persistent you look. You are not permitted to leave early or suspend this game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, okay? You don't want to lose, do you? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you'll lose? Don't worry. You can win because I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will be looking after you constantly until you win for all eternity. But even if I wish to fight, there's no opponent seated across from me, correct?
Yeah, we'll find one. Oh, don't worry, I found Battler.
When Berncastle appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Berncastle had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form.
And in one scene, too.
However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
Battler won't run from this fight either, not until he defeats you. Just because your chances of winning are shrinking doesn't mean you'll be permitted the inelegance of abandoning everything and running. Even he doesn't want that. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler?
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
So Lambda Delta went behind the chair, grabbed his hair, and made him nod. Battler, get a hold of yourself. You are here, and the enemy is before your eyes. Fight. Fight to win.
Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently.
Oh, no change there.
He'd come back. The wound he bore in his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. He was not Ushiromiya Battler.
Don't talk stupid. You are Ushiromiya Battler, no one else. No matter who acknowledges that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself. After all, you're the only one who can create your own world. Don't lose the world where you're Ushiromiya Battler. Then, who am I? I'm not my mom's child, right? Where was I born from?
Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away.
Yes, that's right. Beato proclaimed it with the red truth. So I'll proclaim it too. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Asunu's son.
In that case, he's not qualified to be the opponent in my game, correct?
Beatrice, repeat it. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Angie. Let's just be Angie from now on.
Why do you think I assigned her to you this time?
I just want to be Angie for now
Why
on.
do you think I assigned her to you this time?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. She points at the cliff. She went to the cliff in order to overcome it. That's what the last scene was about.
Exactly right,
Her
yeah.
overcoming the cliff for me.
It's a metaphor.
She's literally me.
Yeah.
Yep. Ryukishi knew that someone would be streaming this years in the future and would use the terminology cliff to describe a bad moment in a story.
Yeah.
Yep. Just knew.
And then he knew you'd be a pedantic motherfucker who got mad about that thing. And planned ahead of time to write a solution into it.
You didn't have to say it like that.
Yeah, I did. It was funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did. You're chat's champion right now.
Yeah. As Beata wrinkled, they forgot that I agreed with you. As Beata wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face.
So you refused to repeat it. Beato proclaimed two red truths. You are not Azumu's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will allow Battler to be accepted without creating any contradictions. Here's my blue truth. Listen to it. Ooh, the blue cut. The one who is qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild Ushiromiya Battler, and whether that person is Asumu's son or not is not an issue. In other words, Sumari, you can be Kinzo's grandchild even if you are not Asumu's son, as long as you are Rudolph's son.
It was just a silly word game, wasn't it?
Your blue truth is valid. Beato, your counter-argument with the red truth? If you cannot counter it with the red, Battler's qualifications as an opponent will stand unchallenged.
Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit.
Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself. You are Ushiromiya Battler. Yeah, maybe Mother Asumu didn't give birth to you, but so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushiromiya Angie to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood, it's about bonds, right? That's right. Even though we don't share the same blood, Angie is my little sister. Our bond. Say it in red. Say that Angie is your little sister. Angie is my little sister. Ah, I could say it.
You promised.
I promised, yeah. Yeah.
She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair strongly from behind. So much that it hurt.
I don't know why Mother Azumu wasn't your birth mother, but still, up until today, and even now, you believe that she's your mother, right? In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family. Did Mother Asumu ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much more strongly. Remember, her Mother Asumu's sake as well. Don't lose your love over a foolish witch's rant like this. Man, he's upset. Why wasn't he this upset in the last scene? I might have gone along with him crashing out if he was this upset in the last scene.
I think you were meant to derive it from context that he left the entire family conference for 6 years, that he probably had a lot of feelings about his mother. No? Okay. Right.
All characters in fiction must act exactly like I do.
So 2 things, chat. First of all, he's not upset about what Battler said. Chill out. You're building straw men. And second of all, he's not saying that witches don't exist in red because they literally agreed not to do that when they started the game. They said that would be bad sportsmanship. That's why he's not saying it. Chill out. Chill out.
Yeah, he's not allowed to do that. Yeah, I don't want him to do that. Yeah, that's
yeah, you absolutely don't want him to do that.
That's bullshit. Yeah. I don't want him to do that at all.
Okay.
You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark, and I want to go home. Where's all my family?
The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared.
Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. If even you don't come back, she'll be all alone forever. For your little sister's sake, please win this witch's game.
I think you have to do a posture check so you're not so
Yeah?
quiet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I can point the microphone a little bit closer
Yeah.
towards me.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Okay. Want to see a magic trick?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people in chat right now that weren't here earlier, and they don't know that we're in the same room.
Hi, chat. Ow. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You okay?
I'm fine. Yep, there we go. There we go. Say it in red. I can't. I don't have that ready.
Sad.
I should really have that. Angie, my little sister, but I still don't get it. Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato? I've had enough. 4 rounds, Battler. 4 rounds. In that case, settle this game quickly and go back home. Ushiromiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this? Your little sister is waiting for you to come home.
That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and still unable to understand why he was fighting. He had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose like winning against the witch, or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win.
That's right. I want to go home. I want to go home to Dad and Mom and Angie. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murderers. Enough, enough.
Battler's soul is starting to come back.
But it can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so that you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and go home. Let me know if the car sounds get too strong, chat. It's just...
It's very warm in here.
Yeah. My feet are nice and cool, though.
That's good.
Yeah. No, I've had enough of witches. Enough of Beato, enough of everything, and even you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. I can't trust anything. I can't trust any words that aren't read. Oh man, just literally him. Just literally him. Don't bother me. Don't bother me.
Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt.
Oh. Hurry up and come home, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. Huh? Who are you? It's me. It's Angie. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan. No, sorry, Oni-chan. No one came home. I'm so lonely. Please hurry up and come home. Angie. You are Angie? That's right, I'm Angie, the Ushiromiya Angie of a world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Rikkinjima that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you. Only you can finish her, Oni-chan. Finish her, and take your family back, and then come home to me. Beato did that to my family?
As she says, I will not run away or hide from it. I stole Ushiromiya Angie's family away from her. Battler is my toy. His father and mother are both my toys. I won't give them back to you. You may continue to wander all alone forever, awaiting the return of a family that will never come back. From Angie's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure. All that pain.
Angie. Damn, what am I doing? Thanks, Angie. Your Oni-chan has been forgetting something important this whole time.
Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Angie's arm that clung to him, because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers, red.
Blood. Angie, are you okay? Hey.
It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around, but the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood.
In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule I had to follow. This is it. Letting you, Oni-chan, know that I was Angie.
It was so hard. Even though Oni-chan was right before my eyes, I couldn't even say that.
Can I have a red statement, please?
What?
Was it Lambda Delta that gave her that role? Didn't they have a scene, like, I don't know, like
Yeah.
7 streams ago or something?
Burn Castle. It was Burn who summoned her onto the game board.
Okay.
Originally, on top of the building. And yeah, it was Burn, I'm pretty sure.
It was Burn Castle that did it? I
Yeah.
thought what was the rule that Lambda Delta gave her then? Lambda Delta said that you're not the real Angie or something.
Yes, she
that's
said
it.
that you're not the same Angie of 1986.
All right. So Burn
Yeah.
Castle is the one that said to her she can't. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little confused. It's been a while.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Angie is Burn's game piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As long as I followed this rule, I should have been able to stay by Oni-chan's side for all eternity. You and me together, to play in the game against the witch, for eternity with Oni-chan.
But that's no good. Oni-chan, you have to come back. Your sister's waiting for you at home. That person isn't me, but this way your sister will be saved. Angie? Angie, there's so much blood. So much.
He wanted to turn around, but Angie was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Angie's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
Don't worry. I am only a piece. You know, in chess, they have this move called a sacrifice. Sakura, what? Who cares about chess? Let's get you some first aid quickly. Let go for a second, Angie.
A sacrifice is an abandoned piece. For a tactical game, you intentionally accept a loss and let a piece go. In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Angie had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushiromiya Angie's voice could reach you. That's me, Angie Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give to you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushiromiya Angie's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose.
Angie. Ah.
The white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly.
I'm disappear now, but Oni-chan, fight with all you've got, and I'm sure you'll come back to me. I'll be waiting, always. I'd plan on helping you out a lot more than this, but I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win, and that I've got to win for certain and come back to you. What am I doing, lazing about in a place like this? Yeah, I won't play around anymore, because I'll come back, I'll come home. I'll definitely come home, bringing a souvenir, I promise. I don't need one, so promise me one thing. What? I'll promise anything. In a second, I'm going to take my hand away. It must have hurt, right? I held you so tightly. I held it so tightly. I'm okay, so you don't have to turn around. So in the end, let me see the coolest part of you, Oni-chan. Rise from your seat, point at the witch before your eyes, and announce that the game will start up again.
Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away, to take care of Angie's wounds.
Angie! Angie?
Ah, crap! And you even promised that you wouldn't turn around.
Angie, where?
Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed, and there was a sticky, pulpy mountain.
Man.
and around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away, as though just a human's insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap, as though Angie, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
Angie? Where's Angie? Where did Angie disappear to? Hey, where did Angie go?
The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it. I was right in front of you. I was watching the whole time, watching what happened to Angie behind you.
Do you know? Where did Angie go?
While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pincers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her and threw them away. I was watching. I saw as countless cruel tools burned red-hot in the witch's furnace approached Angie from behind, and one bit at a time pecked at her, twisted her, ripped chunks off her, and tore her to pieces.
Pretty cool imagery, actually.
Angie should be proud. In order to share some last words with her brother, she stomped herself from gasping at that pain until the very end. She should be proud of that. As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was, without a doubt, what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her, and didn't suit her. So I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Angie couldn't possibly be... Ugh.
You're pretty blunt, Beato.
Battler didn't see it, so you could have just said she turned into butterflies and flew away or something.
You guys also saw that happen? You saw Angie get torn into little bits? You were watching, and yet you stayed so calm the whole time?
Without answering, Berncastle, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me, some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beata's underling, and I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And then, after learning that it truly was Angie without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Ugh. Why does it matter? All this about your little sister.
What did you say?
After all, you'll never return from this place for all eternity anyway. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the Angies of countless worlds will live in isolation, and the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon her, spread over a period of more than a decade. However, that is of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You cannot observe it. An unobservable fact cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's misfortune after this may be needless. She might surprisingly be able to live a casual life without ever having to work, thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right? That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness.
Angie, is this what you wanted to see?
Towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments, slowly, yet with all my might, I pointed.
Beatrice.
Indeed.
Resume this game. I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you escape.
Bring it on. I can no longer escape or hide. Let us decide this between you and me for good. One shall win. One shall lose and be destroyed. No other resolution can exist.
I'll win. No matter how long it takes, I'll definitely smash you. There aren't going to be any more compromises, interruptions, or losses by default in this contest, he said after the fourth one of those in a row. I won't run away. I won't let you get away. Try and defeat me with everything you've got. There's absolutely no need for stupid tricks and deceit. We're intermingling and acting friendly. You and I are enemies. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie.
Unwavering resolve. Certain willpower. The certain willpower of a human becomes certain magical power. That leads to a miracle and promises that it shall be so. Yes, this is a promised certain miracle. Are my chances at victory not even 1 in a billion? No, is it certain that there is not even a fragment of a miracle that could make my victory happen? Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, tying me to the chair. All that's left is to either be killed and lose to Battler, or resist and continue in an endless tie for all eternity.
Oh.
Or perhaps I should say it's to continue tying until I've prepared my heart for death. Either way, I must fight to lose and nothing more. I've already been bound by the chains of eternity, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg his forgiveness? Should I beg for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I forget appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that choice will not be granted me. Checkmate. This is a perfect stranglehold. However, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice, the demon lord of gold who reigns in the Golden Land. Even in a fight to lose, there is an attitude fitting for me, and I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. I am no different. I'll make you accept the existence of my magic, and the door to the Golden Land will open on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at that first tea party. Everyone besides you has gathered already, you see? Because the honored guest's arrival has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival.
Sure, that's perfect. That's just perfect. What the hell is magic? What the hell are witches? Mother? I'm done playing with you. Here we go, Beatrice.
Come as hard as you can, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. One shall win, and one shall be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me, kill me. However, I won't be killed so easily. Until you can prepare a fitting end for me, I can resist over and over again. Can you do that? No, you probably can. You surely can. Come on, come and kill me. Is it that hard? Then let's go with the usual. As if I'd be killed. Even if I can't win, I can at least harass you enough to stop you from snatching victory, right? Oh, that's a good look on your face. Try and kill me. Try and kill me, Ushiromiya Battler.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Damn.
Title drop.
Finally through the prologue.
You got some trophies. That's meaningful, right?
That was the end of episode 4?
That was the end of episode 4.
Really?
Yeah, we're done. The end. We can
Oh,
go
okay.
now.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. See you in 2 months, chat.
New tea party. Well, we didn't say we do the tea party.
We didn't, no.
Should we do it just to be nice to them though?
I guess so. Yeah.
Simple. Did you read it already?
Yeah, I did.
Simple from Jads. Use some bits. Wait a minute. If my ASMR boyfriend and my ASMR girlfriend are both on stream together while I'm alone, what does that make me? Loki423 used some bits to say, can Mouse join you in Baldur's Gate 3 so she can backseat you instead of chat? Mouse already said, because she's here, it would be front seating, not back seating. No Baldur's Gate 3 with Mouse. Not for this playthrough anyway. It would be fun though. Thank you, Adorian, for the new sub. Welcome, Adorian. Clawfest. Thank you, Critical Woe, for the bits. Joseph Anderson. It fits. Oh wow, it just keeps playing this.
It does keep
Okay,
playing, yeah.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
go to the tea party and see if it stops if we go here. Thank you, Mind Visceral, for the resub. Hi, Joe. I'm currently passing a kidney stone, and I'm often in agonizing pain, which my prescribed painkillers dull just enough to make it manageable. This is up there as one of the worst physical torments I've ever had to suffer, and yet all of that amounts to mere 1/1 billionth of the pain Joe feels living in Moncton. Drink your water, chat. Wow. Wow. Definitely drink your water. I have a big fear of getting a kidney stone. I'm terrified of getting a kidney stone. Oh, definitely drink your water. Yep. Yep. Thank you, K Willow 2 for the new sub as well. Welcome, K Willow 2. Thank you very much. Mind Visceral, if that's not a joke, if you actually are passing a kidney stone, good luck with that. I wish you all the best. It's the second bit message, a resub that we've had with kidney stones.
Do you want to know what the flashing words at the end were?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In order. Please kill me quickly. Try to stop me. If only you had never come back. I wish I had never been born. Why am I unable to love anyone? Please, I don't care what conclusion you come to. Just kill me and let my story come to an end. If you won't do that, you die instead. And then it repeats.
Wow.
Yep.
She's having a bad day, huh?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Why is episode... Oh, because this is the episode 4 tea party. Okay, all right. Oh, I need to move a little bit, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know if the chair is
Wiggle a little.
It's going to bump into yours.
I would try not to knock down the blankets.
I've been holding this position into the microphone. My back is hurting a little bit. My back is not hurting because I'm a 39-year-old man.
Were you looking at when the date was?
No, I wasn't. No. Oh, shit.
It was October 5th, 1986.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Voice assignments. Right. Very easy this time.
Okay. Really easy. Okay, cool.
I'm going to lean back and take a break.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe on his own for a while?
Yep.
Okay. The rain is moving? What the fuck? I know, right? I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand what happened yesterday. I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. Is it Goda? If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have much more than enough to eat. Are we going to find a reveal of like there's another character that is never involved in all the murders the whole entire time and is just secretly out of frame, just having a blast, eating the free food and just chilling out like during the typhoon? Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry, cured ham. I wondered just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you had had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th, yesterday, seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me, because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's going to happen now. This really does sum up episode 4. Holy shit. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George and Nikki and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too.
Oh my god.
I know. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion still must be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being, and found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. Oh. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that she was killed with a gun. Are these all the same? Yeah, okay. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Her head was half destroyed. Yeah, okay. So it's all powerful gun, powerful gun, powerful gun. Stupid gun. Okay, interesting. It was the remains of Aunt Natsui and the others who'd become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. Nanjo crying in the chat, and on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies was one more. This 7th corpse was Maria. What? She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. I cried at the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. Is that the first time Maria's died? No. She died in episode 3. Yeah. I raced through the mansion swinging the hat stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard." But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places. Sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Sorry, 1 second. How was Maria killed? Corpse discovered in the dining hall, unable to locate any notable external wounds. Baldur speculated that maybe it had been some type of poisoning. The most peaceful method of inviting a person to the Golden Land. Really? Poisoning? Huh. I searched being careful when I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until a typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. Like, seriously, the rain just adds so much. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama, which means it's real. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have been a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden there. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there have been 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Why is my brain telling me that's wrong? Why is my brain telling me that, Brian? Why is my brain telling me that's wrong? My brain is named Brian. Why is... It doesn't matter. Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice. Some kind of contraption like that. That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say, I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or did they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. I wonder if the entrance to the gold room is in the dining hall, and that's what they went through.
Let me know if you want me to read narration for a while, because it goes on.
I'm okay for now. Okay. I'm okay for now. Thank you, though. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and Georgia Nicky. I discovered Georgia Nicky when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible, but after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this.
When you come, battler, I'll be a corpse with half of its head split open. I help.
Thanks. Yes, that's what she said. And now she is. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So, did the culprit come in part way through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. There's a blood splatter on the wall there, too. No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless, but she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things, and that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Sumari, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then, the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up more or less, except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this.
George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. So listen, it's just going on.
She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George and Nikki being killed, but while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George and Nikki had been summoned, it was very far away. And add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George and Nikki, so she shouldn't have known that George and Nikki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George and Nikki had been killed? Also, during my search for the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kirie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. Oh, the cops aren't going to be happy about that. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. Yep, there we go. So a little too late, I set it down by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those, the style of killing from the fourth Twilight onwards in the Witch's Epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but it had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something like George and Nikki. The stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kirie-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kirie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. It doesn't even have a keyhole. What the fuck? Is that bugged? What? Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. Okay, I was curious about that, if someone was shooting at her through the wall or something. But still, a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, Sumari, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside and attacked. A cylinder lock and a keyhole. But despite that, Kirie-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kirie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kirie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They've been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. Do you want to read for a little bit?
Sure. Wake me up. When I'm being lulled into sleep. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared. Even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. If it had been just a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Baldur would be a terrible cop.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuadorian, and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kyrie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kyrie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kyrie-san spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus, too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Oh, it's so bright.
Sorry.
It's okay. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon Chan's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon Chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage, and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they only had one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuadorian, through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion.
What the hell? Damn it.
The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kyrie-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kyrie-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well.
Okay. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting. I don't know what that means, but that's interesting. That's very different. Okay. Don't think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool.
I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we'd locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. but the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. So nothing changed there. In other words, Tsumari, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse.
There we go again.
No, strictly speaking, I should probably say I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right, I think I heard it from Dad some time long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Ushiromiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice, after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. Ugh.
Oh.
That's awful.
No.
The blanket fort is very dark,
Yeah.
so those white screens are terrible.
Yeah.
I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole.
Oh, you can do that. Do you want me to take over for a bit?
Yeah.
Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. Oh, and on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, Sumari, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights, as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, Sumari, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. Okay, so I think there's a secret passage in the shed. And when they talked about coming a secret passage up on the well, that's not true, and instead there's a secret passage that comes up through the shed. And when they did that, they were able to do this to Goda and whatever, and then they left and they locked the room behind them. That's what I think would have happened here. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. That, or someone came in and convinced Goda and Kumasawa that they could be trusted, gave them the key, they went in, they did it, then they locked the door behind them. But I don't know. I don't like that one. That one's not as interesting to me as the secret passage in the shed. If that had been, and that's the only reason why I prefer it, because it's more fun.
We want the story to be interesting. That's the number one goal of writing is to be interesting.
Exactly. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead, even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of these two known for the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, Sumari, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. Hold on, what? Okay, when he says that key was in the pocket of his trousers, my first read of that was that that's where he saw him put it. But no, what he's saying is that the key was still in his trousers, right?
Yes.
That's what he's saying? Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, okay.
As far as I know.
In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging, if they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, Sumari, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, Sumari, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to this shutter, but is it possible there was a copy and that culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there was actually a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is it that despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Kanin-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Suspicious. According to Kirei-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it, so with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down to the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with a light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. He's not going to be able to do it. Oh, god damn it. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal.
I can't show you.
You can't? Okay, alright. That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. Is it the core post or? Okay. Battler, as a teacher, my students told me about the dog that ate their homework. Could such a dog exist? Animals don't get anything from eating paper, and a dog that ran around the city eating documents would surely be well known, but I haven't seen a dog like that. Then again, there's been times in the past I've heard of a famous dog without seeing it. If multiple students described it, I have no choice but to accept unknown dog X, unless I admit that their homework was destroyed with magic. That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. Can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanin-kun cut through metal bars. Oh my god. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something, and used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in one of those robot anime I'd love as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kanin-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I wanted to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Kanin-kun could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It just feels like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Kanin-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Kanin-kun? You couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kirei-san told me to believe in witches, and even I met with an insane woman calling herself one. Alright, so I want to talk about a little bit about what I've been thinking about since last stream. I want to talk about it earlier, but let's talk about it now. Okay, so I think that Battler's back. I think that Battler's sin is isn't what Jelly and I talked about last time. I actually think it is something that he did. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair at all. But I think I'm almost certain that fuck. I'm sorry. What was her name again? She said her real name.
Sayo.
Sayo.
Mhm.
I think Sayo is a real person, and Shannon and Cannon and Gap and a couple more. I'm not sure about Renove and Virgilia. I'm not sure about those. Those might be like how she sees the alter ego of these two. I'm not sure. But I think that those are furniture in the same way that she can act out in a more elaborate way that the other characters have furniture. I'm actually gonna take chat away. Okay.
Smart.
Yeah. So I think that Sayo is from the orphanage that Kinzo had. I don't know really what that has to do with anything yet, and they haven't brought that up in a long time, which makes me think that it's probably important, and they're saving it for a reveal later. I think Sayo is Beatrice, but I think Sayo is her own person first, and Beatrice, like Shannon and Cannon, is like a persona that she adopts, or like furniture. I'm not sure what the terminology would be. And my guess is that at some point in the past, 6 years ago, Battler probably speaking to Shannon, but maybe Sayo was around before that. I'm not sure exactly when Shannon joined the crew. My guess is that Battler speaking to Sayo said something. I have two ways of thinking about it now. The first one is that he said something to Sayo that gave her some amount of like hope in her bad life, or some sort of thread to hold on to, and then he just wasn't around for 6 years, and that drove her kind of crazy. Or he said something to her in passing, something along the lines of like, my family sucks so bad, it would be really great if the Golden Witch Beatrice came back and killed everyone, like something like that. I wish the curse were real or something, and planted that idea into this very troubled person's head in order to do something like that. I think he actually did do something like that. I think my reading of this murder right now is that after the confrontation in the rain, Beatrice just went back to being Shannon and killed herself at the well. That's what I think happened. I don't think there is a canon corpse. I also do kind of still feel though that Kinzo is dead from the start. So that means there's only 16 people. There's not even 17. It's 16 people on the island. I don't know. I don't think that we've seen that scene yet between what Battler did. I could be wrong, I guess, because I don't have the whole entire story in my head. I don't think we've seen that yet, but that's my guess is what's happening. I think that there is a person who has like who is both of these, but is also herself, who is also Beatrice, but also herself. I don't know if Renove and Kumasawa are actually the other two. Where are they? If they are these two, or if these are also like things that Beatrice Sayo sees in her head. Same with Gap. Like I don't know. Like I mean, like look, their faces are even the same, right? Like this is very, 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 very similar. I don't know. I'm also a little like I've been like thinking about this for a while about her having this on her leg, and the other Beatrice had it on her other leg. Does she have two? We never see this side of her, right? Does she have one on each of her legs? I want to learn more about the orphanage and find out where that's coming from. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I think is going on since I've had like a week to think about it. So anyway, theorizing section updated. Did I meet my quota?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I think you did a fine job there.
Okay, thank you.
And now I don't have to hold in the guilt of you saying a lot of that to me on the phone and me knowing more than chat anymore.
Okay, all right, there we go. It's on the update.
Cleansed.
Okay. Carrie-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else, the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse?
Oh. Treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse? And who is the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Canon and building a human culprit theory that way. I will guarantee it with the red. Canon is dead. Among the 5 in Kyrie's group, he was the first to die. In short, Tsumari, he was the 9th victim. Does that change your outlook?
No, I think that there are some. I think that she does view them as separate people. I don't really like it. I don't think that's really all that fair, but I think she does view them as separate people.
So when he's off the game board, he's dead.
I think that there's something to do with like white magic and black magic. Before I was thinking about how Canon and Shannon could be the same and therefore there's fewer people on the island, but I think maybe that stipulation about there being 18 people, that just might be met with just Kinzo being dead from the beginning. And they just always said that Kinzo is dead, so it's fine from the beginning. So there's like an 18th person. Maybe she does consider them to be different people. I don't know. I would say that right now, if Sayo is similar to Angie and Maria, I would say that Shannon is Sayo's white magic, and Beatrice is Sayo's black magic. So there's the two sides. So Shannon, maybe there's another one that we don't know, but Shannon is her attempt at what Maria does with Sakutaro, and Beatrice is what she does when Maria is killing Rosa over and over and over again. If that makes sense, is that the parallel? That's what I think right now. Or there's something there that's a thought to follow anyway.
What does that make canon?
One of the other toys like Mirror has, or maybe part of the white magic as well. I don't know. Yeah, canon doesn't really fit, does it?
What about someone like Virgilia? Is that white or black magic, or do you think not all magic falls into those camps?
I think they can switch sometimes too.
Okay.
It's not completely cut and dry.
Okay.
Gray magic. I'm adding a new one. Gray magic. Oh, someone's chat said. Okay. All right. That was a lot. All right. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Canon-kun is dead. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what Beatrice just said, Battler didn't hear it.
Yep.
So only we're hearing it. Yep. So we're meta Battler right now.
Yep.
Okay.
So my whispering in red doesn't reach the peace you, but it did reach you, right?
Mm-hmm. That's Peace Battler. Then why is Angie a piece in the Velvet Room? That's just a contrivance, or is it? Are there two games going on? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The two might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars, and that wasn't all. See, apart from like either like psychedelics being used on a lot of the people here, or some of them being like coerced into saying something that's not true, I have no idea how you explain the eyewitness testimony that a couple of people came in with guns and instead it was fucking like bunny girl golden thread shit, whatever. That I don't understand. That I don't get. I don't have a really good answer for that. I don't have a satisfying answer for that. I guess you could lean into like group hysteria sort of answer, that like everyone was so shocked and things that they started like mutually hallucinating. I don't know. I don't like that answer. You get to see what I look like when I'm speculating now.
Yeah, you told me to close your eyes, but I didn't know it was true.
There was much more, like the group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping their fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? Yeah, okay. We're just whatever I say, that he says it right after. It's not only the magic. Oh, there's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George and Nikki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. So Battler is like really alone on this island right now, I think. And more and more. Sorry, I have to shift a little bit.
You're good.
I'm holding the same position too much because of the microphone angle. Oh.
There's gonna be a good spot to take a break here soon, probably, because we're at 4 hours.
All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirei-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George and Nikki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kirei-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, Sumari, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Show yourself right away and come to kill me already. It's too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in the bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me.
If your theory is right, you've surpassed Battler.
If Sayo is the killer, then Sayo is killer and also is Canon and Shannon. That would explain one of the murders. I don't even remember what episode that was in. The episode where Canon and Jessica were in the locked room together. That would explain it, that Canon and Jessica meant to die there together. It's that Canon did die, but it was like Sayo killing a piece of herself along with Jessica, and then the Canon's body being lifted up was just Sayo like shedding that personality and leaving the room. But I still don't know how she left. But I barely remember that one now. Oh shit. Okay.
Maybe during the break you can go back and revisit some of the older episodes and stuff.
Maybe. Okay. Anyway, is this the break point or no? Keep going
Yeah,
for a
sure.
bit?
We can stop here.
Sure. Yeah.
Then the witch showed herself. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. Then the witch showed herself.
You want to put her on screen or make them wait?
Yeah. Then the witch showed herself, like a guest of honor finally appearing. She showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for a whole day.
There you go.
Correct. Okay. All right.
We get some good beats.
All right. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. So I don't know if we're making another tea or not. We'll find out. Oh, were there bits?
There were bits.
Oh, Sound of Rain. In complete seriousness, at the end of 2024, I came up with a list of the 10 best experiences I had that year. I intend to do this again, reading all of Umineko ranked number 2. All of this to say, Sumari, this stream series is probably going to show up in that top 10 list for this year. Genuinely excited for both Baldur's Gate and the answer arcs after it. Thank you for giving a spotlight to a story I'm so endlessly passionate about. It has legitimately given me something to consistently look forward to. Oh, you're welcome, Sound of Rain. Also the follow-up, all right, back in character. Hey Joe, really looking forward to the break. As much as I'm enjoying this as a true killer, it's been really rough on me. You've brought a lot of attention to this game, so I've been absolutely exhausted going around murdering the Ushiramiyas with magic over and over again every time anyone reads it. It's tiring work, fulfilling though, so appreciate the break, but will be greatly anticipating the return. And thank you, Big Hat Levi, or Levy, for the new sub as well. Welcome. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit. To crawl out of this fort now. Good luck. Hello, chat. Hello, hello. I got the broken part for you there.
Oh wow, thank you. I'm gonna continue to ignore it.
Hello, hello there. We are back, right?
I think so.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
Can you check Angie's side, please?
What?
On the characters? Sure.
Angie's side. Get him, Mouse. What do you want me to do? What you?
Angie's side?
Mm.
Professor Utsuki, Nanjo Masayuki. Excuse me, did we ever read these? Nanjo's son took over the Nanjo clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he gives a slightly dispassionate and different impression. After the commotion surrounding Rikijima, he grew to completely despise the press, and never again did he attempt to speak of what had happened at the time. He used to have a daughter who was afflicted with an intractable disease, but unfortunately she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Oh. Kurosawa Sabakichi. This is a lot of information for a side character that was barely there. Kurosawa's son works at the Najima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kurosawa. Kurosawa had many sons, and a number of them were away from land as fishermen. It was purely coincidental that it was possible to come into contact with him as he happened to be involved with the fishing harbor. Hopes are on him that he might have heard chatty Kurosawa let something important slip, but Captain Kawabata, an old man who used to captain the high-speed boat that went to Rikijima and back, it is beyond doubt that one of the existing survivors. He is one of those who know the most about Rikijima. Okay. Okay, all right. I don't think he counts as a survivor, I guess, in my head right now. That's why I was confused by that. From various comments by the servants who used to go to and from the island, the media hoped that he might be quite knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the Usharmiya family. However, he would say nothing, and so eventually they began to forget about this old man. Okay. Is that what people wanted to see, or no?
I think so.
Okay. Which side? Yeah, everyone's dead except for Beatrice and Baldur.
Ideal state.
Were they all? Do I guarantee this? Were they all shot in the head this time, apart from Maria? Oh wow, seems like it. Okay. Okay. Let's continue.
All right. Correct. I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to fully exercise the rights of the human side?
Yeah. I was bored after all. I did a heck of a lot of it.
Angie was a good piece.
Don't you speak Angie's name.
She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for certain victory.
Don't you speak Angie's name.
That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory would not have been born.
I told you not to speak Angie's name.
In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Burncastle. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Angie was a truly good trump card for you.
Don't you speak Angie's name. At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking. You know, I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Angie waiting. I'm going to break through you, take my family, and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witches' games with you.
In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you?
Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches' magic illusions and delusions. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil concealing the outright lie you are.
You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say I'll kill you.
Yeah, if those are the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last wish of yours I'll lend an ear to.
I thank you.
I will. I will kill you.
Very well. Let us begin, battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments.
Bring it on! I don't know why I sang it. Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
Who shall make the first move?
Me.
How bold.
In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. Thank you for that. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue. Did I skip over on there? No, I'll bore through everything with my blue truth. From the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game.
Shockingly unrelated. Sorry, chat, I have a tattoo of a forget-me-not. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Come.
Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game.
Fernando!
Fernando. Of all the ones he's fixated on. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh, man. Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it is still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out the crime even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. Oh man, he leveled up. You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Bold of the story to just think that you're just going to remember this, and I do remember it, so like, yeah, the receipt and everything. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. Oh. What? The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there, a protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her.
Not bad. But I mustn't be denied yet. I mustn't be killed yet. This is not yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right?
Which mysteries?
In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsui's room, and was killed. The key that unlocked Natsui's room was locked up inside the room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rosa's hand. Even if a culprit X existed, it should have been impossible to construct that closed room.
Oh shit, sorry, I was trying to, is this from Umineko? It moved down, I've never seen that before. This is a lot. Okay. Shannon killed them both, and then killed herself. That's my guess there. Whoa, oh, it's going away. Oh, wait, hold on. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. This is a cool representation. No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. If culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room.
You've desynced from Battler. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control.
But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was an accomplice to the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed the key over to culprit X by some method, assisting in the locked room murder. And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beato. I already guessed that much at the time.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
The wedge had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
Not yet. This is still nothing. Not yet. Not yet!
On to the third game. The 6 linked closed rooms, the murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria, Dad and the rest's deaths in the hall, and the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsu. Okay, hold on 1 second. So if Rosa really was an accomplice in episode 2, and Ava did in episode 3, for some reason I think that Kraus, because of that line, I can't stop thinking about that line where he said, Battler, I'm going to be dead later tonight. If it was Kraus in episode 1, then is it Natsui or... Not Kraus, sorry, Rudolph in episode 1. Is it Kraus or Natsui in episode 4? Or is it just Kraus? I didn't even think of that. What if it was Kraus? How could Kraus do that? How would Kraus do that? I didn't think of that.
You defeated the loser flags.
Yeah. Okay, no, we don't have time. We don't have time. On to the third game.
Oh, don't say that. I'm gonna get killed.
6 linked closed rooms. The murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria, Dad and the rest that's in the hall, and the murders of Aunt Kraus and Aunt Natsu. Just as is a meta experience, as a writer myself, if I was to write a mystery on this sort of thing, I would like the poetry of it. That each episode, a different child of the Ushiromiya would be the accomplice or whatever. Or the killer, and it seems that Ava was definitely in episode 3. Rosa seemed really sus in episode 2, so that makes me think, and I'm already kind of suspicious of Rudolph in episode 1, so that makes me think that Kraus would be in episode 4, but anyway. You having fun? Music?
Yeah, it's good music. Sorry, you can't hear it.
All of that can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then, and even that final riddle you proposed through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo, can be explained with an 18th unknown person X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that?
Of course. This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew out through the window.
Oh yeah, that happened. Yeah, I remember that. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Kraus's and Natsui's corpses outside.
They're bitching that you can't hear the music, so just take it for a little while at least. Jesus. Oh my god. Fucking Christ.
Okay. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out the window, right? There was a lawn, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down, and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared.
I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them.
I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George and Nikki escaped through it. Nothing difficult about that. So true.
Can I not escape after something like this?
Okay, you know what? The music's actually ruined it for me. It's too techno dance. This should be moody and mysterious. Like, what are the weebs thinking? What are the weebs thinking?
It was Twitch complaining, by the way. I'm not looking at Umiden.
Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. There's still nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the 4th game.
Since I haven't countered you with the red, that is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this game. Very well. Give me everything you've got.
There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone. Regarding the pitfalls, there's every chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there, and it's also possible to explain them with Kirie-san's theory hypothesizing the existence of a poisoned dart shooting device X which can knock a person out instantly. The murders of George and Nikki, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you've got a counterattack, right? Bring it on.
Your greatest sword, this 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. All members in the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, right? All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo.
What? Oh, fuck. If someone was pretending to be Kinzo and they all went along with it, does that count? Oh, that's right. But grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? If he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have cared, right? I'll counter with this. That grandfather was a different person, a body double, a different person who the relatives mistook for grandfather.
Then I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight. No matter what the disguise, they would not mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight.
Oh, was it on the phone? Then how about this? By declaring with the red truth in the second game that the number of masterpieces was 5 when in the first game the number was more than 5, you changed the premises of the later games. In the same way, there's a possibility that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game. Therefore, Kinzo's existence in the 4th game does not serve as proof that he existed in the previous games. Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather himself, it doesn't create any contradictions.
Then let me counter this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of each of the 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone.
Repeat it. Kinzo was alive at the start of every game.
I refuse to repeat it. I won't answer, Battler. I won't give you the red truth you so desire.
Damn, you're standing in my way, geezer. Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? Oh! Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beato? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach. Not to the Golden Witch's height, you see? Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. Die. Whoa.
Ready? Ooh. Ooh.
Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Disappear, inexperienced fool. Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Who are you? Oh, so you call me a ghost. So you intend to see through it to the end, this theory that I am already dead. That will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the 4th game and disappear. Black Dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. Your 3rd game became a foothold for my counterattack.
What?
See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As a basis for claiming that Kinzo was dead even in the fourth game, I propose the following theory. Very well. Come with me with all you have, my descendant. He's just glad to be here. Here we go, you damn geezer. My theory is that Kinzo's name is passed on as the title of the Ushiromiya family head. Ushiromiya Kinzo was already dead, and he passed his name onto someone else. Everyone acknowledged it, and therefore, all of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo. Just making shit up now? Okay, there wasn't even any need for this person to disguise themselves as grandfather because everyone recognized a new Kinzo. Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. Okay, didn't that happen in episode 2? Where they said, no, but they also said that I believe in magic. Oh, what did they say? You are the head of the household? When they were in the chapel, when Beatrice was there? What were they all saying? Remember that?
Rosa called herself the new head of the Ushiromiya family because her brothers and sister were dead.
What were they saying in the chapel though when they were all when I was like crashing out because Beatrice was there and all of the kids were saying I can't deny it, and even Kyrie said.
No, I'm not sure.
I've already went back and looked at that one twice. Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as the preceding theory is not disproven, nothing can change the fact that you're dead. This is the final blow. Damn geezer, I demand that you repeat it. Among all of the people there, not one had multiple different names. I cannot. Roar. My crystal. Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me, you were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead.
My magical crystal, no.
Ushiromiya Kinzo was already dead. Yeah, poor old you. Whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. That was a gimmick to prevent discovery of the fact that time had passed since your death, and you passed your name on to someone else. With this theory, even though you are dead, Kinzo can still appear at the family conference. How's that? This is checkmate! Oh, damn.
It's State Dragon.
Damn. I think that's my doorbell.
Oh.
Yeah. Be right back 1 second. Is it muted? No. It's not muted. All right, we're back, chat. Sorry, it was the wrong. It went to the wrong house. They were really apologetic about it. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's just hard to get out of the blanket fort.
Yeah, the blanket fort collapsed. All right.
Good pause screen though.
Yeah, it is.
You mean it wasn't your domino? No, it wasn't. It wasn't the dominoes. No.
Whoa. Falling apart over here.
Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Beatrice. Oh, that's cool.
Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget my time spent with you.
Huh. Didn't expect that tone from her. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Ushimio Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing.
Battler.
Don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Yato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with my whole family.
Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. I won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, Ushiromiya Battler!
You've got it. With the 18% X from the dead Kinzo theory, everything remaining is pierced through. George and Nikki and Jessica's deaths in the fourth game could also be explained by culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with an 18th person X. There's nothing strange at all. This concludes the explanation of the culprit with humans for all games. Beatrice, this here is checkmate! Oh shit. Even more. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Yato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow.
That got me. It hurt. This will kill me, won't it? If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish.
With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the second game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic.
Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on, which is what happened in this last game. The summoning of my minions and brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that, Ushiromiya Battler?
Stalemate.
What?
Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our Brawn Tube trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument?
Yes, you're right.
No matter who or how many people witness magic, that cannot become proof of magic's existence. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes lit out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away.
As I feared. Pull them out after all. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. It may be impossible for me. I know that. This was to be a game without victory from the very beginning. So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought Battler up until today just to lose to Battler? I began the game thinking I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely, and that certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even a 1 in a million chance at a miracle. No, perhaps I should say with no miracles or certainty. I will have no victory and no end through a tie. The only resolution permitted is to continue on resisting until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right, I am fighting only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual, obviously. From the very beginning, he's been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit, but for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other, and that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. I should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally fooled. But that's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory.
Is this checkmate, Beatrice? Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and, still looking up into the sky, was sewn in place. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified. Is it over, Beato?
There was not even a squeak.
Not yet. You aren't a woman who'll let things end with just this.
Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think it isn't over? Quickly, deliver the final blow. Just say it with your blue truth. Therefore, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. With that single blow, just put a stop to my breathing.
It's useless.
Huh? So you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already?
Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over.
Not over, you say?
That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up.
Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister. Right away. Just throw me away. Right here.
Didn't I tell you? I won't run away, and I won't let you run away. Just who are you, and what in the world is it that you want?
If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? What does it matter? Just a delusion, an illusion. Isn't that enough?
Is that like another layer above the Velvet Room layer? What is that? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How can I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you, completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves, I can tell.
Why won't you just let me escape?
Dad, Mom, and Angie, all the cousins and all the relatives, and all the servants. You toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity, so I won't let you get away like this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Oh, sorry, this is you.
No, it's okay, you can.
Never sympathize with me again.
Never mind the wolves and sheep puzzle. This is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid admitting defeat a fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. I've had enough. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not?
What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice, if you are the ruler of Rakinjima, show me a majesty fitting for that, even at the very end. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rakinjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Cool image. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler.
Fool. Just when I was about to praise your good fight and hand over victory, you shall regret that pride.
This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you. The same goes for you, right? You can never accept an easygoing victory where I just say, maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end of last time? That's right, last game you took pity on me just once, didn't you? So now I'll pay back that debt. Stand. My enemy, my golden witch, Beatrice. My golden witch.
Oh, man.
Are they flirting?
Fool. You fool! You simpleton. You think you'll get another chance? Ah!
When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest flew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out the blue truth of the 18th person X. Oh,
I will respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo was already dead at the starting time for all games. However, in that case, all I need to do is take one person out. Thus far, I have been declaring that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island.
For fuck's sake.
That excludes any 18th person. In short, Sumari, this 18th person X does not exist. This applies to all games.
That was good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's really good. That's like, do you know the Princess Bride?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the hands changing during that fight. That was, yeah, that's a good moment.
Yeah.
What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, has been set up to appear as though there were 18. Taking 1 off makes it 17, so we finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. I mean, like, she could probably still take it down to 16, maybe, Battler. Like, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll have to start this fight over, back from square one.
Couldn't she have said that 15 hours ago? It's a game, chatter!
The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rikinjima.
Then come, Battler, once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth.
For no reason, I'm hitting escape.
Okay. Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
Damn.
I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you are worthless, then I shall end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Come, starting from the first game.
Right. From the first twilight of the first game, there is nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed in the beginning. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi.
Valid. Continue. What about the next closed room murder with Eva and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that closed room.
Someone was hiding under the bed.
I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after the construction of the locked room, one of them committed suicide after murdering the other. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room.
Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, Sumari, the dead. Among the first 6 corpses, there were some made unidentifiable because their faces were smashed. One possible theory is that one was actually a fake corpse and that some culprit X killed those 2 after pretending to be a victim and hiding away. Then, after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and Sorry, 1 second. I got excited and hit the button.
And waited for us all to leave.
Is that what he said? And waited
Yes.
for us all to leave? Okay.
Very well. Next. Cannon was killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, Sumari, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon.
If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Meaning Cannon-kun might have killed himself. Repeat it. Cannon-kun did not commit suicide.
Cannon did not commit suicide.
Fuck. 1 more. Repeat it. Cannon-kun's death was a homicide. Ooh.
I refuse to repeat it.
It was an accident? But by that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed in red that no one could have killed him. In other words, Sumari, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked closed rooms from the 3rd game. Cannon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. Was I right that there was like some weird fucking like gas canister in the furnace and it blew up and killed them or something like that? I can't remember if I theorized that. That was a long time ago. That was months ago. Though the circumstances are unclear, he died from an accident. By the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest.
Now that you've borrowed the power of demons, you are without peer. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, didn't kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides.
We could explain it with the one who carried out the murder being a culprit X who used an unidentifiable corpse to disappear. In the first place, their 3 faces were also pulverized. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse.
I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses.
At the end, or all of them?
Therefore, there were no body double tricks.
Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of the 3 had a gun pointed at it. What the fuck are you doing, Baldur? This is too far even for me. What are you talking about? Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of the 3 had a gun pointed at another in a clockwise pattern he specified, and they blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that?
What? What a ridiculous argument. How amusing. Then what about Natsuki in the end?
Who gives a shit about Natsui?
I shall add to the red truth. Natsuki's death was a homicide. There are no corpses of unknown identity, and all of the survivors have alibis.
You can explain it with an indirect murder by Trap X. Something was done to Aunt Natsui's gun. You can explain it if that was a trap gun built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. True.
The bullet buried into Natsuki's forehead was not fired from Natsuki's gun.
There's a possibility that Aunt Natsui was lured out by that letter of unknown contents, and she was called out into the hall. Then she was forced into standing at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by some trap X which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand.
Wonderful. These reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you.
So we were right!
Well done.
The Mexican standoff clockwork theory? No.
She can't refute it.
Maybe she's just so impressed. She's like, you know what? You can have it. The instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
This is still hardly painful, and it's not over yet. Come, now for the second game.
Beato just barely pulled out of the stakes that had pierced her chest, but even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain, but Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over. And Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation.
Correct. Just by my being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I won't give your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that shall not return for the next 1,000 years.
Damn it! No compassion, no mercy. On to the second game. I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the closed room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over.
From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key did not pass into anyone's hands.
There's a possibility that the door to the chapel had an auto lock, just like Graham's study. In other words, Sumari, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so that it couldn't close completely. Then they gave the key to Maria. Because the lock was automatic, it is possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed.
No door with an auto lock exists other than Kinzo's study.
The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead.
The 6 were all already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were pure victims. They did not take part in a mutual murder. There were no simultaneous mutual murders.
She has to specify
She
that
does.
now.
She does.
There existed humans with no alibi at the time, e.g. Kumasawa-san. If we assume that such a person killed the 6 and was hiding inside, then there are no problems.
There was no one hiding in that chapel. Therefore, your killer hiding in the building locked room scenario does not hold. What's wrong? Is that all, Ushiromiya battler? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, right?
It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth.
What's going on? The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beato cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her. Not yet. It's useless. It's all useless. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. Then what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it which exploded from inside their stomachs. In other words, Sumari, the crime is possible through Trap X. The details of a bomb that they could swallow without noticing and that could blow up in their stomachs is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain.
Do you remember in episode 1, Tea Party? You said it could have been small bombs.
Did I really?
You said it could have been tiny bombs.
Did I really? I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
You actually predicted this exact line 3 episodes in advance.
I don't remember that at all. Holy shit.
I think Iron Wrath has the clip. Show it to you later. What the hell's that? Small bombs?
But Beato failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. So again, just to be clear, because I want to be clear for myself, just because she's not refuting it doesn't mean that's what happened. It means she can't refute it,
or
right?
she won't.
Or she won't. Yeah, it means that I don't have a way to prove that didn't happen. Okay. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. I mean, why can't she just red truth there are no small bombs? Like,
do you want to see the clip?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh shit. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up. Ha, laugh as much as you want. Got a problem with that?
None. Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is the closed room with Jessica and Cannon.
No problems there. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used the master key. It's not even a locked room.
After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Cannon, and Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already proclaimed Cannon's death in red before that time, so who was that Cannon?
It was non-canon. If Cannon-kun's death was declared with red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that it was someone else in a disguise that would make the group that was attacked mistake this person for Cannon-kun.
They would never mistakenly think any other person was Cannon.
Then, just like the hereditary of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Cannon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Cannon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded his name, and this person attacked them. A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, man, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot.
Once again, you've set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you'd never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain, it's pleasure.
When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away, but the wound remained and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth for the last murder in the second game, the 3 who died in Aunt Natsui's room, should still be valid, even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game is all mine too.
No, I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game.
mouth moving adds so much to it. It looks like she's talking through her teeth. You're like so mad. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt?
Hurt? No, this just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned into a pile of scrap meat like your sister. I'll make you scrap meat too. Then you siblings can all be mixed together like ground beef and pork.
If you had 50% lean beef chat and 50% lean pork, and you mix it. Oh, you don't know this hypothetical, do you? Okay, let's drop it then. Let's not go and explain it. I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game.
They said lean forward.
Okay, how long are you gonna sit around all the way, all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down to hell.
Naturally, as if something like this could wear me down. You're right, we're still just getting started. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked closed rooms. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room at the time, but then you killed off Kinzo.
At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room, and that there he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. Yeah, me too. That's what I thought. But now I've declared that Gramps is already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However, there's no problem. There are plenty of people who could have committed the crime besides Gramps. You could even claim that the adults who were in the middle of a family conference at the time were all in on it and committed the crime together.
All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked locked rooms were locked inside the linked locked rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room using a crack in a door, a crack in a window, a vent, or any place of the sort.
Then they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the locked room.
All of them had fatal wounds that appeared to be gunshot wounds. Murdering them from outside of the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was always in the same room as them. I already declared in red at the time that there were no suicides.
After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit constructed a linked locked room, but there was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room to the inside of the locked room, but they did manage to return it. The first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the corpse's pocket. Oh. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
How could a man who promised to bring Angie's parents home voice a theory where those parents are culprits? Splendid. Even that's just fine, right? Go be a big, happy family getting their hands dirty with mass murder, then return to Angie stained with blood that will never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? Just what that mincemeat Angie needs.
Mincemeat Angie. Ah, shut up! I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. No need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death by my own hands.
Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years, and you probably will gift me with a fitting end for all of that. Oh, does that hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, Ushiromiya Battler. There are still mysteries left.
Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're all worn out. Standing at death's door, are you?
It still doesn't burden me. Something like this. It tickles.
It looks like you don't need any mercy.
I never asked for it in the first place.
I'm going all out.
Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed no mercy. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different world. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear, and roast her, okay?
Shut up! Never again. Not my family. Not my relatives. Not any of the servants. I won't let you make them your playthings. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the Blue Truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo.
Oh, have I already been cornered so far? What a precarious state I'm in.
She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. In other words, Sumari, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right?
As you say, if you defeat that, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth, or present a new mystery, I will die.
You don't look like someone who's been pushed into a corner standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right?
Well, who knows? I've already tired of a too long life after 1,000 years. I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. You can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you, kill me. I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. So I wanted to experience just once myself.
It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing, and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity you, just like how you didn't show pity for any of us.
Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much, much more grotesque method of murder, you see? Hey, Battler, I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time too. If you do, I'll change my methods of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order, got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Angie into a pile of scrap meat much, much more thoroughly. Come, Battler, try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder.
The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. 17th person, X. Think, don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only blind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right, there's still a gap. Was she there? Yeah, this way I can break through it. This way, Beatrice's legend of... Oh shit.
Legend of the Witch is finished.
Legend of the Witch is finished, okay. True, the others probably were dead. However, the time at which their deaths were declared in red was not the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, Sumari, if someone who was alive at the time that Dr. Nanjo was killed died before Ava proclaimed that death, you can sew right through that crack. In other words, Sumari, it's like this. The culprit was among those people who were not confirmed dead prior to Ava's declaration of the deaths, and that person had managed to skillfully play dead in the beginning and wait for us to leave them alone. They made us think they had died, while their death still hadn't been declared in red. Then they killed Dr. Nanjo, and after that they died for some reason. Then after that, Ava declared their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's murder. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the Golden Witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Oh shit. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Baldur heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life.
It hurts. It hurts.
You got what you deserved. Now you can experience a portion of the pain felt by all those you've killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Baldur had lost little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
Battler, I beg you.
Huh? Beato let us sob.
It hurts. It really hurts. And even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die.
Ooh. What are you asking of me?
End it. Release me from this pain.
Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Baldur certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Baldur believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red truth mixed in with them. What should I do? What can I do to end your pain?
I'm going to expose everything. This is my heart.
Your heart?
Me?
Beato.
Me. Just let me die.
Were those tears from pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Baldur to look at, even after burning with such anger.
Quickly, go back to Angie.
I'll listen to your request, not so I can go back, but to end your pain.
Battler.
In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms as though appealing to the heavens for something.
You will be able to kill me. All of me. My heart. Crush it. Here's it. Okay?
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then, her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
Ushiromiya Battler, I will now kill you.
And
And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere.
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery.
You are all alone on this island. And of course, I am not you. Yet I am here now and about to kill you.
Like a souped up version of the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So,
Who am I?
is that your final question?
Who am I?
Damn. Then, I can't. Yeah, I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. It just went by itself, chat. Sorry. Cast. Then Beatrice slowly approached me and held me expressionless, and then my piece left the game board.
Yeah, I get
Oh,
it.
yeah, I
Beato.
get it, Beato. I'll kill you, don't worry. Okay.
Hmm? It wasn't exactly that. That's a different translation. Well,
It was good. I really liked the back and forth through all of the episodes. It was good. Not sure exactly what happened at the very end there, but I'm eager to see.
great news.
Great news. Awesome. 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 Okay. I'm gonna go see my favorite characters in the whole story. And all of fiction, really. All of the goats.
All of the goats, but especially that one goat.
Yeah. That goat needs a name.
We could watch the PS3 opening after this, yep.
Okay. Is it on YouTube?
Retinas, if you're in the chat, can you DM it to me?
Thoughts on Beato's final mystery? I mean, it kind of...
We're doing the question marks, chat. Ooh. After that, oh my god.
It feels like she's almost asking him just to believe in magic in a roundabout way. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Have you seen the anime op? I have not, no.
Holy moly.
A new trophy. Ooh, new elements added.
Falco, I see you.
Do we want to watch the PlayStation thing now, or do we want to watch it?
It would be kind of funny to watch it now, wouldn't it? And I have the link from Retinas. I'll just send it to you. Thank you, Retinas.
Unknown fragment. I don't even know where that number begins.
Scattered over the big bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate coins.
Oh boy.
A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream.
I gotta say, I'm so glad I'm not here for this episode. I don't know how well I'd be able to handle my pathetic sobbing behind being backseated by Baldur's audio concerns. Says Jelly. Jelly, the tears aren't being picked up very well. I need you to plus 2 decibels, okay?
Can you put on an expander, Jelly? Just go. Put your mic through OBS and put on an expander. And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Burncastle lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beato said she'd stop the game.
What a rude witch. To start a game like this and try to end it by throwing it away.
Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beato ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm.
After all, I knew Battler was a softie.
No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on Beato, his enemy.
I was uneasy that, like the last game, he might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Angie was a trump card to get Battler back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. She really did get used to use right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation.
Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. I guess it was her.
Oh, okay.
If that hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up and won in the blink of an eye.
I thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once, but your mark was so restrictive that I couldn't make the best use of her. Ah, what a waste that piece was.
Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game, and that helps me out too. The way she made both our interests match is what made her a truly wonderful piece.
She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. Ah, I really can't stand losing that piece.
By now, that kid's minced meat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her later on. Oh wait, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Hilarious.
Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Angie, Battler has gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure he started a hot pursuit of Beato, making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Battler just solve almost all the mysteries up until now?
Huh? Not even close. Almost all of Battler's Blue Truth was wrong. Beato's lukewarm red is full of holes. If she had any brains in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red.
Oh, really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though.
Not all of Battler's Blue Truths were valid. When talking about the first game, Beato clearly declared that she guarantees the identities of all unidentified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi closed room murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Next, Cannon might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could drive a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? I'll slice it with that red treasured sword thing. Cannon did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three including Genji in the parlor, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were not killers. The final trap X to kill Natsuhi was also ridiculous. The thing that shot Natsuhi wasn't a trap, it was a real shooting murder, with a gun raised and a trigger pulled. Sucks for you!
Uh-oh. You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. That kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsuhi's bullet back with magic and killed her.
Oh my, how terrible of me. You're right. Even the blue truth for the second game was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. That guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? It's also laughable to say that in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Cannon's name. The only one who can go by the name of Cannon is the person himself. No other human can adopt that name.
Human.
And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsuhi's room is also worthless. After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands.
She's just ripping tearing. Holy shit.
Except for the time when she lent one to Battler to unlock Natsuhi's room.
So it was Baldur that killed him.
I can keep on going, but just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, get it?
Forget taking a quick look. You've just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a shame. If Battler heard, he'd faint.
Right? Beato wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's a pretty good actress after all. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game. And then sometime next game, bang, she'll slice it up with a single red stroke to make Battler freak. And then I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile. Witches never get into a pinch.
Then that whole tragic atmosphere as though Beato was getting cornered was all an act.
Isn't it obvious? She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course I'm the star. You do fine too, Burn.
At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Wasn't that her last stand with Beato to be finished for good if that riddle was solved?
Come on, were you seriously tricked too, Burn? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beato's still holding back a killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to give the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand?
Yeah, now that you mention it, is that what that meant?
Sure is. That kid still had plenty of hidden moves left.
Oh, she crossed her fingers behind her back? Is that what she did?
And none of the mysteries have been solved. That tension, like she'd been exposed and then the next episode would be the last. She truly is a genius at acting. Yeah, I want to see her knock Battler down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and the Sun strategy from last time, right? I'm sure Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool a man. Totally economical and profitable.
True. I wonder if Battler will get caught by the same move again. Got to spur him on so he never feels sympathy again. Although Angie's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well.
A power-up from an Angie-flavored hamburger? Of course, I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beato to rally her up enough to compete with Battler. Beato won't lose. I mean, I'm threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses.
Your punishment games are seriously not cool, so you should go a little easy on her.
I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Burn. Wanna hear? Wanna hear?
No.
Come on, ask me. Guess what? Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls 12 kilometers to a side with a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. You really couldn't jump over that, right?
1,440,000,000 cubic meters. You can stop there. I already know what you're going to say.
And that place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them and you've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful romantic punishment game?
If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in it right now.
Really? That would make it 3,600,000,000 cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would more than double, right? Oh, you'll be my prisoner for such a long time. I love you, Byrne. I really love you. Lambda Delta playfully approached Byrne Castle, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. You're betting on Battler's victory, and I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beato's victory?
I wouldn't. The chances of winning are 0.
How truly pitiful, being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. Although I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I can say that with certainty.
It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says, "You're certainly screwed."
Unusually for them, they giggled together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself.
Yeah, that's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun.
I won't permit escaping or suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game, and I won't let them run away. Even though I can't imagine what will happen next. I know it certainly won't end that way.
At the very least, it won't end with Beato's victory.
I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Beato's victory. In other words, Tsumari, if it looks like Beato is going to win, she'll have us two great witches as enemies.
I don't think I can do that, Jelly. Sorry. Like, it's... Exactly. Our powers are most in equilibrium when balancing between a tie and Balor's advantage. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Beato back.
In other words, Tsumari, the instant Beato is in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies. A common front with Byrne sounds fun.
Thanks. But I'm not going into a Competo candy bath with you.
Aw, and I was gonna cover you with melted marshmallows while taking a Competo shower.
How pitiful. That child is that child is a living toy, a doll you caught so that you could play with me, Lambda.
I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it.
You're her ally at some times and oppose her at others, toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll.
That's right. That kid is our doll. No end has been prepared for that kid except the ones the two of us desire. In other words, Tsumari, I can say for sure that this can only end by repeating a tie for eternity because of me, or else with Beato losing and being destroyed because of you, Byrne. As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes,
I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles.
Then I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty. All together.
Ready?
Beato certainly cannot win. And a miracle will certainly not occur.
Oh, shit. And that's it.
That's it. I guess we're gonna. Somebody said, well, a couple of people said that you can just watch the opening inside the music box.
Oh, can you?
So we might be able to do it. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't do Umi Pro that much, so.
Okay. Thank you. Wow.
Say thank you.
Say thank you. Aww. Thank you, Terraflop, for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, Terraflop. That was an hour ago. Sorry we didn't see it until now. Thank you, Terraflop. Thank you, Lamp TD, for the resub also. Finale time. Kino. Thank you, Death from Stupefaction. I think that was a music, wasn't it? Or was it just Stupefaction? It was a track in the earlier in the stream. For 10 gift subs, thank you very much, Death from Stupefaction. Thank you, That Great Peanut, for the bits. Twice in a row. I only check in on the Umineko streams every now and then. What the hell is going on in the plot of this CN? LMAO? It's good. It's good. A lot's going on. Weren't they having an inheritance dispute a week ago? A week ago? It's been months. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits also. Joe has been dead since the start of every Umineko stream. The one streaming all this time has been Tom. It's true. Very true. Thank you, Jumiel. Or Jumuel. One of those for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Squid Monlar, for the resub. Retro for the new sub as well. Welcome, Retro. Oh man, I'm wilting. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits as well. Didn't the 30 minutes of Higurashi prepare you for this tea party? You love Burn and Lambda now, right? Best Umineko characters. I love them. Yeah, I love them. It was completely worth it to stream Higurashi for a bit.
I actually really like Lambda Delt. She got a little cool there. She did a little something.
The Red Truth part was fun. Okay. Yeah, it was alright.
I'm clawing for my life here.
Thank you, That Great Peanut, for the bits as well. No idea of any of what I just happened. What just happened? But which lady is cute? Which one? Which lady? Beatrice? Thank you, Mayo, for the bits. Congrats on finishing the question arcs. Hope the break gives you the time to think and reset before the next episode. Me too. I think it'd be a good reset for the streams as well. I think some people are like way behind and would like to join in live if they had time to catch up. Thank you, Chaotic Despair, for the resub also with ooh. So Joe, what's even going to happen in Answer Arc? Give us your best guess. Full feed, Umi full, entertain us. Yes, I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I feel like they have to be different because there's a split between them. But I don't know. This story usually surprises me. Oh, look at you. You know. Look at you. You know.
I do know.
I don't know if it's going to be more cycles with more killings going on. What's your favorite moment so far? Still, the first killing in the shed was just amazing. This part at the end of here was really good, though.
Oh yeah, how do you rate the episodes? That's a good question. They love it when people rate the episodes. It's their favorite thing.
4 might have some of the highest highs, or even the highest high, but 4 is definitely the worst one so far. I would probably go. I want to say that it's 4, 3, 2, 1, so it's just getting worse every episode. I really liked the first episode introducing the concept and all the characters. I really liked it. I thought after the beginning, once we got to the parlor scene, I thought it was quite well done. I liked too for a lot of the revelations that I had and piecing some stuff together with the meta stuff. I don't know. Maybe 3, 1, 2, 4. I think I would go with that. 3, 1, 2, 4. That's why Mouse came to Moncton Hub. The extra 100 millisecond delay on Discord would have made the simultaneous talking a bit impossible. Exactly. That is the only reason. That's the only reason. Yeah. Can you rate Hypothetical Walrus for his weekly podcast post-stream Umi News segment after you're done? Yeah, we'll rate, even if Hypothetical Walrus doesn't have that, we'll still rate Hypothetical Walrus. Yeah.
Got to get through the openings first, though.
Yes.
Yeah. I also forwarded you the anime opening, which people wanted you to watch. So.
Really?
We can watch two openings as a treat. I'm starving.
Me too. I'm very hungry.
Starving.
I'm very hungry. Yeah.
Starving. Reaction streamer, yeah. You wanna watch like some YouTube shorts too? Yeah.
React Andy. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the new meta. Thanks, Duggar Peanut. Last dono, please buy burger with my money. Buy burger. Okay, I can get a
It's
burger.
pizza. It's pizza.
We're getting pizza.
You could get a burger if you wanted.
No, I could get a burger a couple days maybe.
Okay.
I have some burgers. I can make some burgers.
Oh yeah, how do you feel about the revelation?
I liked it.
That annihilated me the first time. That
Mhm.
really got my ass.
I liked it. I just wish that scene wasn't so long, but yeah, I liked it. That's another example of episode 4 kind of like shorting its own big moments because it comes out after so much stuff.
Oh, When the Seagulls Cry, episode 4. I think this is... Chad, is this what you mean? Is it When the Seagulls Cry, episode 4? Is this the opening? It's not there? It's at the bottom?
It's
You
not
don't think
there.
so? There's nothing below that. It's not here. Okay. Well, they told us it was in the music. Okay. Whatever.
It's somewhere else.
It's somewhere else.
Is it in
Picture box?
Picture box?
Maybe. It should have been there. Well, okay. We'll just do the link. I sent it to you on Discord. So do your Discord.
Okay. All right.
Just close it and open it again. No.
I can close this though, right? The whole thing.
No, do you want to read? Do you want to do as you usually do and read episode 5's description first and open it up?
Click the copyright.
Click the copyright, like there. No.
What's going on over here? It's changing it to
Oh.
what's Omaki?
I don't know.
Do not do that.
Do not do that. Okay.
Do not do.
Do not do that.
Okay, do not do that.
That has the full story spoilers. Okay.
Okay.
What is chat cooking then?
So I can read this.
Yes.
Episodes 5 to 8. Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective.
Okay. Maybe if you click that, it'll put the opening. Oh, there was a cackle. Oh,
Cackle.
cackle E.
Was there an E at the end? Please wait for a moment. Data caching is being performed.
Wow. What a stream.
Ooh.
What a stream.
Is it fucking with me?
I don't know. You need to open Discord for the anime opening anyway, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
These two?
Yeah, so this one might be in there, but that that one's just a Discord. Oh, it's playing. it's just playing.
Oh, it's downloading this one.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
all right. Sure. The cliff. Oh, we are on the cliff. So what if you got a music box now? Does it have it at the bottom? Nope. All right, we're done. All right, we'll just use the browser one then.
Can I like?
Oh, yep.
Good morning. Please enjoy the new game with its new game master. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I am sure there will be something that you can spot from the clearer perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now?
Great question.
Do you want to see what the very first image is?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if it'll play an opening here though. Raising the total openings to 3.
Just pushing the pizza back more and more.
Yep.
Yep. The story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, places, or... All right, well done. Well done. We take this opportunity to remind players that owning the PlayStation 3 and PC edition of Umineko is a requirement for playing this game. I have both. We hope you enjoy a fresh new experience with the continuation. Okay.
We got him. Go to the end of the prologue, please. We've been streaming for 6 hours. No.
You
there
idiot.
she is.
All right, there we go. Okay, we get it. Yeah.
We're not doing the end of the prologue. Shush.
You idiot. All right, there we go. We did it. We saw her again.
All right. All right.
Okay, so we're watching this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's move it on to the main screen.
I think I'll go to the beginning too.
Can you do your best Picard main screen impression?
No. No, not after all of that. No. No. No.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to window capture, and we're going to go to what we just did. Let's open it up. All right, we ready, chat? All right. Gopi paneer cheese, 2.5 pounds. What do we think this is going to be? I think it's going to be $8. I almost said your real name. I think it's going to be $13. It's 11. It's 11.50. It's 11.50. It's 11. It is 11. It's 11.50.
Wow,
It's,
impressive. Yeah, good.
Okay, we did it. Okay, so we're watching this.
What is this pin? What is this pin?
Before you go, can you turn mouse up a little bit? She's a bit quiet. Also, can you turn mouse down a tad? She's a bit loud there. Okay. This might be loud. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be.
This seems okay.
Thank you. Oh, the music's different. Spoilers.
This is a spoiler one.
Big spoilers. I didn't even know that new characters were going to show up after the original like episode 1 cast.
Oh.
Yeah. So really big spoilers. That's too many spoilers. That's too many spoilers.
For you?
That's too many spoilers.
Okay.
Too many spoilers. I would have been spoiled if I watched that. That's why it's spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too many spoilers.
I
don't think we can put the other one on because I have to download it, which means that if I put it in OBS right now, we're not going to be able to hear it.
Can you like play it in VLC or something? Do you know how VLC?
I do have VLC.
Okay.
Where did it download? Oh, can we just watch it on Discord?
If you don't mind streaming your Discord.
I do mind streaming my Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Right.
Did it go to just the downloads folder?
Yeah, I think it went.
Okay.
I can't remember which one it goes to. Does it go to this one? No.
Try going to just downloads. Nope.
No. I don't know where this goes. That's weird. Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Alright.
Whoa,
anime.
What folder did it go to?
I don't know.
Why do I have 3 different download folders?
Desktop.
Desktop downloads. Okay, alright. Put it on screen. Wait, give us a second!
Oh my god. I think we should just end the stream. Jesus.
Is it this one? Sometimes this doesn't work. I didn't hit the button. All right.
You didn't hit the button.
Okay, here we go.
Is it working?
No, it doesn't work.
It's black screen.
VLC is weird about this sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't show. It's like, I don't know if it's like a copyright claim thing or whatever. It just won't show you.
It might be, you might need to run OBS in administrator mode.
Maybe.
And we ain't fucking around with that. Okay.
Maybe.
We're gonna watch the anime opening off stream. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. So am I, and no one cares. So.
I want pizza.
All right, we're going. All right. We're going. Thank you, Skunky Emerson, for the bits. I was joking with my friend that Baldur would watch Disney movies with his arms crossed and shaking his head, and it turned into talking about how Baldur would argue Aladdin not being magic. Oh, the other side's broken now too.
What? How'd that happen?
Would argue not being magic. My favorite lines being say it in red that the carpet is alive. All right. Baldur denying magic in Disney movies might have some legs. That'd be fun. How about you read all of episode 5 real quick? It's not that long. No, next time. Sorry, next time.
You're gonna stream it to me, right?
I'll share it to you. Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's no way I'm finished Baldur's Gate
All
3.
right. Umi done. You're down to 18 hours. Enjoy it.
All right. Thank you for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the conclusion of episode 4. We're gonna raid hypothetical walrus. I can spell hypothetical walrus. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you for being here for this one, Mouse.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Where's your Umi done going? Your Umi done is collapsing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for stream. See you in Baldur's Gate 3. About that. Hypothetical Walrus, I think, might have a post-stream thing planned. If you want to go see a little bit more of a recap of like some funny moments from today's stream in their stream. Check Jed Sayer group. So I'm not doing that for a couple days. You can message me again later in the week, please. Anyway, see you later, everyone. Thank you for the reminder, but I'm gonna need another one. There's no way. Damn, I just got here. Okay. Enjoy the raid, everyone. See you later, everybody who didn't go to the raid. I don't know why I always say the last thank you. Not sure.